Chapter 584. Purple Chi comes 30,000 miles from the east. Sima Changkong looked at the rolling purple chi from Dongfang in astonishment. The purple chi surged endlessly. Wherever the purple chi went, the surrounding righteous aura dispersed as if a king had descended. Even the righteous aura created by the Taishang Sutra had to give way. Taishang Juzi squinted his eyes in shock. The rolling purple chi flew above Gu Hai and suddenly surged towards the scroll written by Bingheim. Boom! The purple chi suddenly changed shape and turned into a huge purple pillar as large as the Tongtian Sutra. The purple pillar was surrounded by black and white chi, as if yin and yang were transforming. This is Emperor Kong, Qing Emperor, and the others narrowed their eyes. Tai Chu's expression also changed. A short paragraph. The Great Tao of the Laws. The outline of the laws. He condensed the outline of the laws with just one sentence. The future Buddha was also shocked. Not far away, Ram Saint and Sima Changkong looked at the Great Tao in front of them in astonishment. Is this for real? Just one paragraph, just one short paragraph. The Great Tao of the Laws seemed to be no weaker than the Taishang Sutra. Was this written by Gu Hai? That's right, this was Chu Chuan. Only Chu Chuan would slowly condense from the beginning. Gu Hai continued to read while Bingheim continued to write. The world knows that beauty is evil, but the world knows that goodness is goodness. Gu Hai continued to read and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to be comprehending what Li Er had taught him. As for Bing Ji, she was completely shocked. At this moment, the words on the scroll were clearly written with a black brush. However, the words that were written were strangely purple gold in color. The words have become sacred. The scripture of the Holy Tao. In the outside world, Ziwei's eyes widened. He had only written 4 short paragraphs. Just 4 short paragraphs, and it was already at the level of the scripture of the Holy Tao. Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong narrowed their eyes. Suddenly, huge tentacles stretched out from the Tongtian's light pillar above the Tao of Tao condensed by the Tao Te Ching. There were fewer tentacles than the Taishang Sutra, but they were thicker than the Tao of Blood River Sutra. They brazenly collided with the tentacles of the Taishang Sutra. Boom! The two rules collided as if they were of the same origin. With a deafening boom, a torrential storm suddenly swept up in the sky above heavenly Yin City. Not far away, Daiqiancheng narrowed his eyes. Without needing Daiqiancheng's tentacles, Bai Mingshou waved his hand. Buzz! Billowing black gas appeared in the void, sucking in all of the torrential storms. Is this the longevity array? In the distance, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The entire heavenly Yin City is shrouded in a longevity array. What does Daiqiancheng want to do? Kong Di narrowed his eyes. He saw the Tao Te Ching and the Taishang Sutra collide for the first time. This time, the scriptures collided. Immediately, they collided, and there was no clear winner. A draw? What a pity. Mr. Good's Tao is so powerful. How can it be a draw? I knew that Mr. Good would definitely be able to write a powerful article. The people felt pity, but at the same time, they were extremely excited because they had been repeatedly defeated by the Wanshou Taoism. When had there ever been a draw? Sima Changkong even destroyed a Sage Tao Sutra. A draw? In the eyes of the ordinary people, it was a draw, but in the eyes of Tai Chu, Taishang, Qing Emperor, and Emperor Kong, their pupils suddenly constricted. That's the Taishang Sutra we're talking about. You're only reading 4 short sections. You can draw with it. The Taishang Sutra was a complete Sage Tao Sutra, and you only had a few sections. Even the Taishang Taoist tycoon's face darkened. Impossible. The Tao Te Ching and the Taishang Sutra are from the same source. How can it be more powerful than the Taishang Sutra? A draw? No, it was a draw after just 4 sections. What would happen if he wrote all of them? Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, who cares? Weak but unyielding, move and come out. Words are limited, so it is better to defend the center. When he wrote the 5th section, everyone was shocked. Even Daqiancheng narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, he knows. Knows what? A minister at the side revealed a blank expression. His Holiness, Gu Hai is indeed the reincarnation of an ancient almighty. He has comprehended. Perhaps, he had a deep relationship with the Taishang Dao in his previous life. Funny, he actually dared to write it. Bai Mingshou sneered. As expected, after Gu Hai wrote the 5th section, the tentacles on the precept Dao suddenly expanded again. A gust of purple gas rushed in all directions. It suddenly spread to the entire 33 cities of the heavenly court, and a powerful force rushed towards the saints. Boom! The vast righteous sea in the sky suddenly churned, and the saints were thrown off balance. Bastard, Gu Hai, how dare you? Gu Hai, how dare you disrespect the heavens, you are courting death. Bastard! The saints scolded Gu Hai. However, the people were very excited. Because, with the writing of the Tao Te Ching, the powerful aura was slowly not weaker than the Taishang Sutra, and even surpassed the Taishang Sutra. Taishang Sutra, Taishang everlasting. Taishang Dao Juzi's face darkened, and he stretched out his hand. Boom! The Most High Path's scripture of law suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance once again. The Most High Path's giant child revealed an anxious expression. At the same time, a blurry giant seemed to appear in the Taishang Sutra. The giant stood in the center of the huge light pillar, but it was only a prototype. At the side, Tai Chu narrowed his eyes. Father, what's wrong with the Taishang Sutra? Why did it become stronger again? Yi Hua frowned. Tai Chu narrowed his eyes. It is summoning the will of the Taishang Sutra, and forming the Taishang of the myths. The Taishang of the myths? Yi Hua was confused. This is a mythical figure formed by the laws of heaven and earth with the Taishang Sutra as the will of the myths. It is different from the real person. The laws are Taishang, Tong Tian. It is omnipresent and omnipresent. Tai Chu said solemnly. The Taishang of the myths. Then, Father, can you use the Tai Chu Sutra to form the myths? Yi Hua asked curiously. Tai Chu nodded and did not explain further. However, as the Most High Path's tyrant continued to activate the Sutra of the Most High Path, the human figure became clearer and clearer. The might of the Sutra of the Most High Path also skyrocketed, instantly suppressing the Sutra of Taoism. However, the Tao Te Ching was not finished yet. This was only the 5th paragraph, and there were 81 paragraphs in total. The Tao Te Ching was suppressed, and the people around were anxious. However, Gu Hai continued to read calmly, and Bingheim wrote excitedly. 6th paragraph, 7th paragraph, 8th paragraph. When they reached the 17th paragraph, the Taishang, I know. Secondly, I praise him personally. Secondly, I fear him. Secondly, I regret him. Those who don't believe him, those who don't. His noble words are successful, and the people say, I am naturally. The 11th paragraph. Buzz. In the Tao Te Ching's laws, a blurry giant figure slowly formed. The Taishang. Gu Hai wrote the Taishang. Is he correcting the Taishang Sutra? A sage sutra written specifically to counter the Taishang Sutra? Kong Di narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Then, there is a Taishang in the Tao Te Ching's laws. Gu Hai, is he going to use the Book of Tao to prove that the Sutra of the Most Exalted is a fake sutra? The Azure Thearka's pupils constricted. Countless commoners and knowledgeable people in the surroundings were already stunned. This was a real challenge. Using the Tao Te Ching to prove that the Taishang Sutra was fake. Gu Hai was going to defy the heavens. That was the Taishang Sutra that had been passed down since ancient times. The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty also squinted his eyes and focused. Gu Hai stared at the giant figure formed by the Tao Te Ching. The Taishang Sutra had been passed down since ancient times. Wasn't the Tao Te Ching? If his previous dream was true, then the Tao Te Ching on earth must have been perfected before the Taishang Sutra. The spring and autumn period? Maybe the history of earth couldn't be trusted. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Taishang Sutra that was becoming clearer and clearer. The Taishang Sutra also looked at Gu Hai's Tao Te Ching with a ferocious expression. Taishang is boundless, Taishang is indifferent, Taishang is boundless, Taishang is boundless. The Taishang Sutra said with a glare. Boom! The Taishang Sutra became clearer and clearer. Its huge figure was 10,000 feet tall. It slowly emitted a monstrous aura that spread in all directions. Greetings, Lord Taishang. The sages in the sky bowed respectfully. The Taishang Sutra was activated to the extreme by the Taishang Sutra. The Taishang Sutra's aura became stronger and stronger. As for Gu Hai's Taoist canon, he continued writing. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Knowing what is evil, there is only one person who is alone and not in a valley, and the palace thinks so, therefore either harm it to gain, or harm it to gain. What people teach, I teach. The strong will not die. The more he wrote, the more purple gas there was. The purple gas covered the sky and the earth, pushing away all the righteous energy in the surroundings. The Taishang Sutra on the opposite side condensed the Taishang Sutra. The Tao Te Ching was also condensed. However, people soon realized that it wasn't the Taishang Sutra. It was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. Not the Taishang Sutra. Who is this? A mythical figure condensed by the Tao Te Ching. Who is he? Countless people were at a loss. They didn't know who the mythical figure condensed by the Tao Te Ching was. Only Gu Hai showed a look of astonishment. Brother-in-law, who is this? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Lousy? Gu Hai looked at the huge mythical figure in front of him in astonishment. Brother-in-law, why are you swearing? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Lousy? Some sharp-eared people around stared at Gu Hai. Yes, why are you swearing? If it's you, then it's you. Why are you talking about lousy? Is it your appearance when you were old? Did you make yourself a mythical figure? Everyone didn't understand the meaning of lousy. Only Gu Hai knew. Because the appearance of the old man in front of him was in his dream. He had seen it with his own eyes. Yes, it's him. Li Er. Lousy. Your Majesty, do you still want to write? Bingheim asked worriedly. Continue, continue. Gu Hai sped up his chanting. The way of heaven is to make up for what is not enough. Chapter 585. The Taishang Daozi's face turned pale. After all, this was not the first time the Taishang Sutra was displayed. It would consume a lot of energy to activate it. Now, the Taishang Daozi had already activated it to the maximum. Every second consumed a terrifying amount of energy. When the myth Taishang appeared, they thought that he could immediately suppress the Tao Te Ching. However, the Tao Te Ching also condensed an elder. Was that Gu Hai? His aura was actually not weaker than the myth Taishang. They wanted to use the myth Taishang to destroy the Tao Te Ching, but it was still not enough. The Tao Te Ching's aura was like the sun in the sky, getting stronger and stronger. The two sides clashed with each other's auras, triggering the rules of heaven and earth in all directions. The 33 cities of the heavenly court were surrounded by purple and white gas. Outside, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The rules shook, and the sky darkened. Tianyin City had Baiming Shou's longevity array, so the two sage Tao scriptures' clash did not cause much damage. The surrounding people had already held their breaths as they watched Gu Hai continuously recite new scriptures. In heaven and earth, as the tentacles of the rules of the great Tao danced, the sound of the Tao Te Ching could be heard continuously. It was as if countless ghosts and gods were chanting. The sound was even louder than the Taishang Sutra. Tai Chu first looked at Gu Hai eagerly, then gradually looked at the Tao Te Ching that Bingheim was writing. This was the first text, the first volume, and the first stroke. It represented the supreme power of the Tao Te Ching. Not only Tai Chu, but also the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and countless experts around were staring at the Tao Te Ching. This was already a sage Tao scripture that was not weaker than the Taishang Sutra. No one dared to touch the Taishang Sutra. It was one of the most precious treasures of Wanshou Taoism, but the Tao Te Ching was not. This Gu Hai was only at the nascent soul realm, a weak brat who couldn't be any weaker. A treasure in a baby's possession moved one's heart. In a restaurant far away, Lord Tang frowned. "Old man, are you courting death? Writing the sage Tao scripture? Can you hold on? What's more, would you be caught and forced to write every day?" Old man, sigh. Since Lord Tang had thought of it, Gu Hai had naturally thought of it as well. However, Gu Hai had to write it down right now. The mythology Taisheng on the other side was extremely clear. He was like a celestial being that had transcended the mortal world. With a light flick of his horsetail whisk, it was as if the entire world suddenly lit up. Taisheng of myth coldly looked at Laozi of myth. "Who are you?" Taisheng of the myth coldly asked. His voice was cold, and his words were followed by the law. It was as if the water of the heavenly river had appeared out of thin air and rushed toward Laozi of the Myth Society. But Laozi of the Myth didn't care. Because as Gu Hai recited, Bingheim had already written the last paragraph. "It's not good to believe your words, but I don't believe your words. Those who are good do not distinguish between good and bad. Those who are knowledgeable are not knowledgeable, those who are knowledgeable are not knowledgeable." There was no accumulation of saints. Since he thinks that he is already more and more capable. The more he shared with others, the more he shared with others. The Tao of heaven was beneficial but not harmful. The Tao of saints was for the sake of not fighting. Buzz. After the last stroke was written, the Tao Te Ching suddenly bloomed with billions of purple light, covering the sky and earth. It instantly dispersed the aura of Taisheng's Tao around them. Laozi of the Myth Society suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of clear air. Suddenly, it split into three. The three clear air slowly condensed into form. Slowly, three figures that were 10,000 feet tall condensed. They were majestic and boundless. One of them actually looked extremely similar to the mythology Taisheng on the other side. However, when the mythology Taisheng's words were followed by the law, forming a heavenly river. When it collided with Laozi, the giant who looked very similar to Taisheng stretched out his hand and waved. Boom! The heavenly river collapsed with a loud bang. "What's that? Another mythology Taisheng?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. "Why is there a Taisheng of the myth in Gu Hai's Tao Te Ching?" It was spat out by that old man. "Three of them? Who are those three people? Why is this Tao Te Ching so strange?" Only Gu Hai understood that it was Laozi's three pure ones. However, he saw that the three people who were spat out suddenly bowed respectfully to the old man. Tai Ching Daod greets the Lord. The person who looked exactly like the mythology Taisheng said respectfully. Yuqing Yuanshi greets the Lord. Shangqing Lingbao greets the Lord. The three people who were spat out actually bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man nodded. His body swayed, and suddenly, he disappeared into the Tao Te Ching. Only the three pure ones were left standing in the sky and bowed respectfully to the old man's departure. Then, he looked at the mythology Taisheng on the other side. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty suddenly stood up. In the distance, the beginning, future Buddha, Qing emperor, and Emperor Kong all opened their eyes wide. 3 pure ones. 3 pure ones. The Tao Te Ching was completed by the Wanshou Taoism. The beginning suddenly opened his eyes wide and became passionate about the Tao Te Ching. Amateus Buddha. 3 pure ones. Which one is the 3 pure ones? The future Buddha was also shocked. Inform everyone to investigate Gu Hai thoroughly. I want to know everything about Gu Hai. Emperor Kong said to one of his subordinates. The Qing emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. A hint of passion flashed in his eyes. I must get Gu Hai. When the 3 pure ones were mentioned, the mythology Taishang on the other side was slightly stunned. Impossible. How can you write down the 3 lineages of the Wanshou Taoism? Taishang Heavenly Lord, please destroy the fake Tao and return the righteous Tao to our Taishang. The Taishang Daozi shouted. The mythology Taishang nodded. He suddenly swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. When he swung it, it brought along a tentacle of rules that went straight for the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones did not move. Among them, the Taiching Lord of Tao and Virtue also swung his horsetail whisk. He also brought along a tentacle of rules. Boom! The 2 horsetail whisks and the 2 tentacles of rules collided in the void. For a moment, there was a monstrous shockwave that shook the void. The horsetail whisk and the tentacle of rules were in a stalemate. However, everyone could see that the Taiching Lord of Tao and Virtue had the upper hand. He pressed on as if he was going to crush the tentacle of rules. It's the same rules. How did yours? The Taishang Daozi glared at him. Use the recommendation talisman in exchange for the indestructibility of your rules. Otherwise, your sutra will be destroyed and useless. Sima Changkong immediately cheered. The recommendation talisman in exchange for the indestructibility of the sutra? No, you can't destroy my Taishang Sutra. The Taishang Daozi glared at him. Boom! The Taishang Daozi's horsetail whisk exploded. The tentacle of rules also exploded into pieces. The pieces were suddenly absorbed by the tentacle of rules of Gu Hai's Taiching Lord of Tao and Virtue. He won. Ha ha ha, he won. Suddenly, some people exclaimed excitedly. However, this result was unacceptable to countless literary cultivators. The Tao Te Ching that Gu Hai had just written was actually stronger than the Taishang Sutra. How was that possible? But that was the truth. The Taishang Sutra had been defeated when the Sutra of Rules collided. The passage of scripture on the Sutra of the Most Exalted instantly turned into dust and dissipated into thin air. Slaying annihilation, immortal slaying formation. The Lord of Supremacy Lingbao shouted. Boom! Suddenly, 4 divine swords flew out from the Lord of Supremacy Lingbao's sleeves and collided with the Taishang Sutra. Boom! Once again, it formed a huge strangling force that seemed to want to kill the Taishang Sutra. The Taishang Sutra waved his hand, and another group of tentacles of rules rushed out to block. The Tongtian sect masters Immortal slaying formation. Wasn't there 7 of them? Why are there 4 of them now? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The Tongtian sect master. There's a Tongtian in the Tao Te Ching. The Taishang Sutra's Juzi stared. The Taishang Sutra's Juzi, please exchange with the recommendation talisman. Otherwise, there will be more sutras in your Taishang Sutra that will be destroyed. Sima Changkong shouted. Ka 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 ka. The strangling force of the immortal slaying formation was extremely terrifying. The tentacles of rules that attacked the Taishang Sutra trembled as if they were about to shatter. Juzi, this is the foundation of the Taishang Sutra. It can't be destroyed. A disciple of the Taishang Sutra said anxiously. Fine, 10 recommendation talismans. The Taishang Sutra's Juzi stared. Wang. 10 recommendation talismans of the Taishang Sutra's Juzi suddenly emerged from the Taishang Sutra's Juzi and entered the tentacles of rules. Wang. The 4 immortal slaying swords shook slightly as if they were about to be knocked away. However, it was still not enough. Juzi, it's not enough. The disciple of the Taishang Sutra said anxiously. 40. The Taishang Sutra's Juzi's expression was ugly. Boom. The light of the 40 recommendation talismans knocked away the 4 immortal slaying swords and followed the 4 immortal slaying swords to Gu Hai. Wang. Suddenly, 40 more recommendation talismans appeared on Gu Hai's body. This is... Why is the immortal slaying formation being knocked back? Gu Hai frowned. The recommendation talismans are bestowed by the heavens. All the laws and rules in the world belong to the heavens. Although Mr. Good's immortal slaying formation is powerful, the heavens want it to return. It must return. Sima Changkong explained. The Tao Te Ching can't go against the will of the heavens. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Sima Changkong nodded. Even so, the power of the Tao Te Ching had deeply shocked everyone. That was the Taishang Sutra. How could it be forced to submit? However, Li Er's words suddenly echoed in Gu Hai's mind. If one does not become a deity, he will not be able to face the heavens. So, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot withstand a single blow from the heavens? Gu Hai's heart sank. However, the Tao Te Ching and the Taishang Sutra were still competing. They clashed again and again, and the scriptures kept changing. The Taishang Sutra was not inferior to the Tao Te Ching. Some of the recommendation talismans were snatched back by the Taishang Sutra. However, the Tao Te Ching was still better. 40, 80, 100, 200. Gu Hai was winning more and more recommendation talismans. The Deqian official was excited. Until the last paragraph of the scriptures clashed. Boom. Puff. The Taishang Sutra giant spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The overwhelming aura of the Taishang Sutra suddenly retracted back into the scroll. Everything was over. The battle was over. Half of the Taishang Sutra's scriptures were gone. Not to mention that it was crippled, but the might of the Sutra of the Most Exalted was much, much weaker than before. Half of the accumulation of countless years was destroyed in one day. On the other hand, the Tao Te Ching was purple and gold, shining like stars. The aura of the Tao Te Ching was also retracted. In the battle between the Tao Te Ching and the Taishang Sutra, the Tao Te Ching won. The number of recommendation talismans around Gu Hai increased to 5,000. That was half of the recommendation talismans. In this way, he could not lose. The Deqian official was naturally cheering. 10,000 recommendation talismans. Gu Hai, 5,000. Taishang Sutra Giant, 4,090. 10 scholarly individual cultivators, 10. Chapter 586. At the end of the one battle, Gu Hai received 5,000 recommendation talismans. He deserved to be number 1. Elite Hall, Elite Hall, Elite Hall. Mr. Good. Number 1, number 1. The commoners naturally cheered. Previously, Gu Hai did not think much of the sage's impudence. Later, he was slapped in the face by the Wansho Taoism and suffered for 10 days and 10 nights. Now, he was slapped in the face in return. In an instant, Gu Hai became the hero of all the commoners in Tianin City. As for the other Wendao cultivators, no one looked down on Gu Hai anymore. They no longer thought that Gu Hai won first place through despicable means. That was the Taishang Sutra, the sage Tao scripture of the Wendao. Although it was not the best scripture, it was definitely one of the best scriptures. It had been passed down since ancient times and had been perfected through generations. It was already unparalleled. From how Sima Changkong had used the Clear Sky Sutra, Blood River Sutra, and Yellow Spring Sutra, to battle, it could be seen that even ordinary scriptures could not withstand a single blow from them. However, Gu Hai did it. He wrote a scripture on the spot and suppressed the Taishang Sutra. Who would dare to look down on this Wen Dao? Many people suddenly looked at the Tao Te Ching with envy. That was a scripture that surpassed the Taishang Sutra. It was not spread out, but its power was already comparable to that of the Tongtian. Gu Hai was only in the Yuanying state. He could not defend it. Even Ram Saint and Sima Changkong were envious. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law, we won. You are so awesome. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Gu Hai nodded and smiled. Your Majesty. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai with eyes full of admiration. Gu Hai smiled faintly and gently reached out to retrieve the Taoist classic. Mr. Good. Ram Saint suddenly shouted. Gu Hai looked at Ram Saint. Mr. Good wrote the Tao Te Ching, which is unprecedented. Since it was written at the Thousand Sage Assembly, it naturally has to be shown to the world. Why don't we, the Imperial College, be in charge of announcing it to the world? Give it to me for safekeeping. Ram Saint immediately shouted. Mr. Good, the Sima family owns a large number of academies in the Deqian. Our publicity is as good as that of the Imperial College. Why don't you hand them over to the Sima family for safekeeping? Sima Changkong shouted. Gu Hai looked at the Tao Te Ching, which was full of purple and gold characters, and shook his head. No need. As he spoke, he was about to grab it. Mr. Good. Ram Saint and Sima Changkong were anxious. The Tao Te Ching was written by me. It was written by my people. Gu Hai said calmly. After Gu Hai said that, Ram Saint and Sima Changkong's expressions froze, and they smiled bitterly. At this moment, the two finally understood why Gu Hai asked Bingheim to write for him instead of Sima Changkong. He gently held up the Tao Te Ching. A dense aura spread out from the Tao Te Ching, indicating that it was not an ordinary item. Many literary cultivators' gazes were drawn to the Tao Te Ching. The Arch Kong, Azure the Arch, and Absolute Primordium all stared at the Tao Te Ching. Only when Gu Hai waved his hand and put it away and disappeared from everyone's sight did everyone's greedy gazes pause. All the saints looked at Gu Hai now. They no longer had their previous arrogance. They naturally knew how powerful the Taishang Sutra was, but it was still defeated by the Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai was a literary cultivator. What else was there to doubt? They could only sulk. Mr. Ram, can we continue? Gu Hai looked at Ram Saint. Not bad, not bad. Mr. Good won first place. 5,000 recommendation talismans. He defeated all the competitors. He can enter the holy temple of literary Tao. Ram Saint said excitedly. Many of the Deqian officials also smiled. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Tai Chu who suddenly interrupted Ram Saint. Tai Chu, you have already handed over the recommendation talismans and withdrawn from the competition. You have no right to ask about the result. Ram Saint said in a low voice. Tai Chu smiled. I'm not interfering with the Sage Conference. I'm just stating a fact. Gu Hai won first place. Defeated all the competitors. I don't think so. Huh? Ram Saint raised an eyebrow. Tai Chu, this is Deqian. It's not a place where you can call a deer a horse. Gu Hai won 5,000 recommendation talismans. He should be first. Ram Saint said coldly. The people around them also quietened down and looked at Tai Chu coldly. I didn't say that Gu Hai won't be first, but Gu Hai might not defeat all the competitors. Tai Chu said calmly. Amateus, Tai Chu is right. Solemnly, the future Buddha also said. Gu Hai got 5,000 recommendation talismans. Taisheng Dao Jizi got 4,990 recommendation talismans. 10 independent cultivators got 10 recommendation talismans. How is it not defeating all the competitors? Ram Saint said coldly. It's not over yet. Tai Chu smiled coldly and suddenly turned to look at the 10 independent cultivators. Independent cultivators, do you know who I am? Hand the recommendation talisman to the Most High Path's tyrant, and I'll allow you all to take a look at the Tai Chu scripture. There are countless treasures in my treasure vault, and you can take one of them. Otherwise, ha! Tai Chu looked at the 10 rogue cultivators and smiled. His words were full of threats. Amateus, I'm the same as Tai Chu. Independent cultivators, you should quickly make a decision. The future Buddha also said. How dare you disturb the order of the competition, threaten the competitors, and force them to hand over the recommendation talismans? Ram Saint glared. Voices of suppression came from all directions. However, Tai Chu and the future Buddha didn't care about that. This time, they must let Taisheng Dao Jizi enter the sacred hall of Wen Dao. Future Buddha. Tai Chu. Why are they so insistent? What is in the sacred hall of Wen Dao that they care so much about? Even going as far as to fall out with Deqian? Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Threaten them? What a coincidence. If Taisheng Dao Jizi gets the 10 recommendation talismans, he and Gu Hai will be tied for first place. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The 10 independent cultivators frowned, but they didn't look at the future Buddha and Tai Chu. Tai Chu raised his eyebrows. The 10 independent cultivators suddenly bowed respectfully to Deqiansheng, who was in the north. We've guarded the recommendation talismans until the end. We ask His Holiness to make a decision. The 10 independent cultivators bowed at the same time. Wow! Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Ram Saint and Sima Changkong widened their eyes. Obviously, they didn't know that the 10 independent cultivators were Deqian's officials. Is this the person that the emperor of the great Qian dynasty had arranged? Were they going to have a special effect at the end? How is that possible? Tai Chu's expression changed. The future Buddha also sighed, Amateus Buddha. Deqiansheng's calculations are flawless. We've been rash. Cough, cough, cough. Deqian's people. Taisheng said. Jizi coughed up blood, but his eyes were filled with uncertainty. How much preparation did Deqiansheng make this time? Were these 10 independent cultivators also arranged by Long Zhanggua? Deqiansheng stood on the high platform, and all the officials stood behind him. Deqiansheng. The Deqian Celestial Empire has organized the Thousand Saints Conference to gather the world. The 3 holy lands came, and I don't want to leave you with nothing. I'll bestow the 10 recommendation talismans to you. Deqiansheng said calmly. What? Taisheng said. Jizi was stunned. Long Zhanggua is so kind to give me 10 recommendation talismans? Yes. The 10 independent cultivators answered. Ram Saint looked at Deqiansheng in shock, and finally nodded, contestants Wang Tianming, Xiao Wuji. The 10 contestants are willing to transfer the recommendation talismans to Taisheng, Jizi. May the heavens judge. Ram Saint shouted. Wang. The 10 recommendation talismans left the 10 independent cultivators and suddenly landed on Taisheng, Jizi, and His Holiness. Cough, cough, cough. Taisheng said. Jizi's eyes flashed with confusion. The future Buddha and Tai Chu looked gloomy because of Deqiansheng's words. Bestow the recommendation talismans to you? Bestow. When did it become the Deqian's turn to bestow us? And this time, the 3 holy lands could send representatives to the Wen Dao temple. It was like the Deqian's gift. The surrounding people were confused. Emperor Kong and Qing Emperor were also confused. Now, there were 10,000 recommendation talismans. Gu Hai, 5,000. Taishang, Zhizi, 5,000. Both of them could enter the Wendao Temple. Mr. Good, please go to His Holiness. His Holiness will enter the Wendao Temple in a while. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Stepping forward, Gu Hai flew towards the high platform where the great Qian dynasty's emperor was. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai landed in front of Daiqiansheng. In the past, Daiqiansheng looked like he was looking down at the world from afar. Now, standing in front of Daiqiansheng, there was also a strong sense of deterrence. Daiqiansheng didn't release any aura. This was the natural aura of a king. It was an aura of invincibility. Gu Hai of Dahan, Gu Hai of Elite Hall, greets Daiqiansheng. Gu Hai bowed slightly. This bow was not the bow of a subject meeting the emperor, but of a peer. After Daiqiansheng got on, the subjects glared at Gu Hai. They seemed to be dissatisfied with him. However, Daiqiansheng didn't care. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai. A dragon among men, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Daiqiansheng said calmly. Ah. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. However, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty waved his hand. Whoosh! A thick fog seemed to wrap around the two of them, instantly isolating them from the outside world. In the next moment, the world around the two of them seemed to have changed. Everyone disappeared. The two of them seemed to be standing on the peak of a tall mountain, watching the sun set in the west in the distance. This is an illusionary realm. Gu Hai's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. In this illusionary realm, everything was too real. Daiqiansheng looked at the setting sun in the distance and said calmly, You did well in the Thousand Sage Assembly this time. Defeating the 3 holy lands with the civil path saved me from using some extraordinary methods. Extraordinary methods? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. He revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, a quick-witted person, understanding with just a hint. It's easy to talk to you. Daiqiansheng said with a slight smile. If I didn't obtain enough recommendation talismans, you want to use force and force them to hand over the recommendation talismans? This is falling out with the 3 holy lands. You're already prepared to go to war with the 3 holy lands. Gu Hai said in surprise. After you enter the Civil Path Temple, the 3 holy lands will no longer have the qualifications to go to war with me. Daiqiansheng said calmly. Oh. You've done well, so I'll reward you as a guide. After the Most High Path's tyrant enters the sacred temple of Wendao, you just need to follow closely behind him. I'll allow you to keep everything you obtain in the sacred temple of Wendao. And it will protect your physical body well. Daiqiansheng said coolly. Chapter 587. You have done well. Therefore, I will reward you as a guide. After the great son of the Taishang Dao enters the sacred hall of Wendao, you just have to follow closely behind him. I permit you to keep everything you obtain in the sacred hall of Wendao. And I will protect your physical body. Daiqiansheng said indifferently. Oh. Physical body? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Did Sima Changkong tell you? The sacred hall of Wendao is the human Dao mystic realm. You have seen the appearance of the great slaughter heavenly dynasty. If I am not wrong, they have entered the Azura Dao mystic realm. Daiqiansheng said indifferently. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow and understood instantly. Your Majesty of the great Qian dynasty, I have a question. I wonder. Gu Hai looked at the great Qian dynasty's emperor. Oh. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty turned to look at Gu Hai. According to the information, Gu Hai was the best at collecting information. He would not ask questions normally, especially when it came to Gu Hai. Every question Gu Hai asked from Gu Hai was a waste of divine favor. I want to know what is this heaven and earth, or immortal, about? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Why do you ask? The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty asked in a deep voice. Previously, the Taishang's long life voice made me sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. In these 10 days and 10 nights, I had a dream. I seemed to have grasped something, but also seemed to have grasped nothing. Heaven and earth? Immortal? Everyone knows that becoming an immortal allows one to live forever and become a high and mighty immortal. However, I have a feeling that there is something that I am not clear about, and the world is not clear about. I think that the truth of this heaven and earth is only known to those who are closest to becoming immortals. And the only one I know now is you, Daiqiansheng. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly. Heaven. If one does not become an immortal, one cannot face heaven. You don't have the right to know. Daiqiansheng shook his head. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. If one does not become an immortal, one will not be able to face the heavens. In his previous dream, Laozi had also told him this. Daiqiansheng stared at Gu Hai for a while, then took a deep breath and said, Fine, I won't say it today, but you will know in the future. The heavens are immortals. Heaven is an immortal. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Heaven is the only immortal in this world. His name is the Immortal of the Six Paths. He was in charge of everything in the world, in charge of everything in the universe, and in charge of the six paths of reincarnation. He was the master of everything. Therefore, he could not allow anyone to become an immortal. Therefore, since ancient times, no one has become an immortal. Daiqiansheng took a deep breath and said. Gu Hai frowned, the ruler of this world, the will of the world, is the immortal of six paths. That's right. Daiqiansheng nodded. So, this is a small world, and there is an immortal realm outside? Gu Hai asked curiously. Immortal realm? There is no immortal realm. Perhaps there is a world like ours, but there is no higher immortal realm. Once you leave this world, the outside world is a void and chaos. The great Qian emperor explained. But I don't understand. If there is no outside world, where is the immortal of the six paths? Gu Hai frowned. Him. He can be anything. He can be the wind, the rain, or the people of the divine continent. He can even be by your side. Anything is possible, so you have to be careful. Now that you know him, don't say anything. He may not care, or he may care a lot. You will only invite trouble if you talk nonsense. Daiqiansheng said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned, I am a little confused. Don't be. When you reach a certain height, you will know everything. Just be yourself. Oh, our world has a name in the eyes of the immortal of six paths. Daiqiansheng took a deep breath and said. Oh. It is called the Immortal Dome. Daiqiansheng said. Immortal Dome? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This world, was called the Immortal Dome. In the dream, Laozi had said that it was too late. If one did not become an immortal, he would not be able to face the heavens. If he wanted to try, he had to find the Immortal Dome. It is called the Immortal Dome of Six Paths. Daiqiansheng said. Immortal Dome of Six Paths. Gu Hai frowned. The Immortal Dome gives birth to life, and the Immortal Dome gives birth to everything. Everything in the Immortal Dome of Six Paths belongs to the Immortal of Six Paths. All of us belong to him. All of us belong to him. All of the laws, rules, Tao of calligraphy, Tao of chess, and Tao of zither belong to him. If he wants to take them away, he can take them away. Because everything in the Six Paths Immortal Dome belongs to the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Sacred Lord of Great Qian said slowly. Although he spoke slowly, Gu Hai could still tell that the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty's tone was filled with dissatisfaction and arrogance. Thank you, Daiqiansheng, for clearing my doubts. Gu Hai bowed solemnly. Although there were still some things he did not understand, Gu Hai was grateful that he knew so much. Daiqiansheng looked at Gu Hai and nodded. He took out a black ball and handed it to Gu Hai. Sima Changkong should have told you before. I will do my best to help you. Help me bring this item into the second palace in the human Tao's secret realm. Daiqianqing said solemnly. Gu Hai carefully accepted it and took a deep breath. Why me? Did you forget what I said earlier? Daiqianqing smiled. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty had said that the immortal of the six paths could be anyone or anything. You don't trust anyone around you? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. It's not that I don't trust them, but there are some things that I have to believe in when I should. However, there are some things that I have to do alone when I should. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty said in a low voice. Then why me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. If Daiqianqing tried to snatch the recommendation talisman, it would be useless even if he had the Taoist classic. You are not. Daiqianqing said with a smile. Why not? Although the immortal of six paths can create countless incarnations, he is extremely proud. Old man Guanqi lost to him, so he took away the Go laws. He can no longer respect the Go Dao. Also, he really does not care for your strength. Not long ago, when the heavenly court was arguing, he could tell that you were not a spy. Thus, I chose you. Daiqianqing said indifferently. What if I was arguing with them on purpose? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Could my judgment be wrong? If it was wrong, then I no longer have the right to talk about the immortal of six paths. Daiqianqing said indifferently. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. As long as you hold this item in your hand, it can follow your soul into the sacred hall of the Wen Dao. Remember, the sacred hall of the Wen Dao is the first hall of the human Tao's secret realm. When you enter the second hall, place this orb there. Daiqianqing said solemnly. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. The great Qian dynasty's emperor nodded and waved his hand. Boom! Roiling fog suddenly appeared in front of the two. When the fog scattered, the two disappeared from the summit and returned to the venue of the Myriad Sage Conference. Rumble. The crowd was still cheering. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty was still standing in place with a solemn expression. Gu Hai stood before him. After looking at the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Gu Hai bowed slightly. With a step, Gu Hai flew back to the center of the arena. Taisheng Dao Juzi swallowed some pills and his injuries were much better. He turned his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Everyone, please leave the center of the Myriad Sage Conference. Only Gu Hai, Taisheng, and their assistants are allowed to stay. Ram Saint said solemnly. Yes. De Qian's officials replied. Ha! Tai Chu laughed coldly and left with the disciples of Solar Divine Palace. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha also left with the disciples of the Soul Mountain Sacred Ground. Juzi. Taisheng's disciples looked at Juzi. Go, it's fine here. Taisheng Dao Juzi said. Yes. Everyone answered, and stepped away. The crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that it was time to enter the Wen Dao Sacred Hall. Aside from the four hosts, there were Gu Hai's group of 4, Taisheng's group of 4, and Juzi's group of 4. Ram Saint, Venerable Lun Yen, Ding Ding, and the 9th young master looked at the sages of the sky at the same time. Sages, the outcome is clear. May the heavens judge. Ram Saint called out. Good. This time, the sages of the sky did not make things difficult. Reporting to the heavens. Ram Saint said. Reporting to the heavens. Venerable Lun Yen, Ding Ding, and the 9th young master shouted at the same time. Reporting to the heavens, the sages of the sky shouted at the same time. Boom! The sea of providence clouds churned in the sky, and the Wen Dao Sacred Hall instantly gave off a dazzling white light. The outcome of the 10,000 Sage Conference has been decided. Gu Hai and Taisheng tied for first place. Furthermore, They each have 3 deputies. May the heavens judge and bestow the divine light on Tongtian. Ram Saint shouted. May the heavens judge and bestow the divine light on Tongtian. Venerable Lun Yen, Ding Ding, the 9th young master, and the other sages shouted at the same time. Boom! The Wendao sacred hall opened again, and 4 balls of blue light flew out from within. 4. Yi Hua, who was in the distance, felt slightly stunned. In the past, the first-place winner could enter with their deputies. However, this time, the heavens gave only 1 deputy a chance to enter, Grand Primordium said. In other words, Gu Hai can only bring 1 person in. Taishang Dao Juzi can only bring 1 person. Yi Hua said with a frown. Wang. Indeed, the 4 balls of blue light split into 2. 2 went to Taishang Dao Juzi, while the other 2 went to Gu Hai. Rumble. A white light pillar suddenly shot down from the Wendao sacred hall, forming a staircase. Merge with the divine light ball, separate the physical body and divine spirit, step on the staircase, and enter the Wendao sacred hall. Ram Saint shouted. Wang. Taishang Dao Juzi touched one of the balls of blue light between his eyebrows. His body instantly emitted a blue light, and he sat down cross-legged. Just as he sat down, the blue light seemed to leave his body. That's the divine spirit. Did the soul and physical body separate? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, who was in the distance, stared. The shape of the blue light was indeed that of Taishang Dao Juzi. His soul had the outline of his clothes, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He walked out slowly, and his physical body sat there cross-legged. You! Taishang Dao Juzi's soul shouted at one of his subordinates. Yes, thank you, Juzi. Taishang Dao Juzi's disciple excitedly entered one of the balls of blue light. Wang! Taishang Dao Juzi's disciple sat down cross-legged. His divine spirit left his body and stood beside Taishang Dao Juzi. Both of their divine spirits looked coldly at Gu Hai, and walked toward the staircase. Why is there only 1 spot? Sima Changkong's expression changed. He thought that the heavens would give 3 spots to his assistant, and that he would be able to enter as well. However, there was only 1 spot for him to enter with Gu Hai. Could he enter? Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai eagerly. Little Sima, go away. Don't block me. I want to go. I want to enter with my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately pushed Sima Changkong aside. Sima Changkong was speechless. Chapter 588. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Little Sima, go away. Don't block me. I want to go in. I want to go in with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately pushed Sima Changkong aside. Sima Changkong was speechless. There was only 1 spot. Sima Changkong definitely had no chance. He stood aside bitterly and looked at Long Wanyu bitterly. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Not far away, Tai Chu narrowed his eyes and seemed to be chanting something. He seemed to be transmitting his voice to Bingheim. Tai Chu's transmission was extremely secretive. No one noticed. Bingheim's expression changed. She shook her head bitterly. Tai Chu's expression was gloomy. This is Tai Yi's order. Are you going or not? Bingheim looked anxious. In the distance, Gu Hai shook his head. Bingheim, come with me. Huh? Bingheim's expression changed. Tai Chu was slightly startled. He revealed a faint smile. Remember, the second bowl of spirit-fusing soup. The spirit-fusing soup is a spiritual item. Your soul can bring it in. Bingheim's expression changed again. She seemed to be struggling. Think about your mother. Tai Chu said lightly. Bingheim suddenly quivered. Why? Brother-in-law, I want to go in with you. Is there danger inside? I can help you find out. Long Wanyu said anxiously. You won't die inside. But outside. Gu Hai shook his head. What's outside? Long Wanyu was slightly startled. Wanyu, something big might happen here later. Help me protect my physical body. Because I only trust you and Deqian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ugh. Long Wanyu still wanted to say something, but Gu Hai said that she only believed in herself and Deqian, which immediately extinguished Long Wanyu's desire to enter the temple of Wendao. All right. Long Wanyu nodded unhappily. Buzz. Gu Hai immediately merged with the blue ball of divine light. A dazzling blue light was emitted from his body as he sat cross-legged. When the blue light entered his body, Gu Hai felt a chill all over his body. It was as if there was a force that suddenly squeezed him, causing all the different forces in his body to be squeezed into a ball. With a shudder, Gu Hai suddenly stood up. However, what stood up at this moment was not his physical body, but his divine soul wrapped in blue light. The spirit's right hand was still holding the black ball on Daqianqing's head. At the same time, Gu Hai felt that there was a fire gourd in his divine soul. Fire God Palace, Fire God's fire gourd. He brought it too. Stepping forward, Gu Hai's divine soul walked out of his body. Outsiders could not see the fire gourd in Gu Hai's body, nor could they see the black ball in Gu Hai's palm. Gu Hai looked at his own body strangely. Wanyu, my physical body, please. Gu Hai said solemnly. Go, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Long Wanyu pouted and said unhappily. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. Bingheim bit her lip. Buzz. She also merged into a ball of divine light. Immediately, her divine soul left her body and followed behind Gu Hai. Mr. Good, the Temple of Wendao will only open for 10 days. Be careful. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. He walked to the white stairway and walked up step by step. Bingheim followed closely behind. In the distance, among the crowd, the future Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and surrounded the purple bamboo bodhisattva in the center. The surroundings were shrouded in fog, making it difficult for others to see clearly. At that moment, the purple bamboo bodhisattva was shackled by many shackles. Future Buddha, bastards, what are you doing? Why are you trapping me? Giant, giant, save me. The purple bamboo bodhisattva shouted angrily. The purple bamboo bodhisattva roared. However, the fog around them seemed to be soundproof, making it impossible for outsiders to hear what was going on inside. The purple bamboo bodhisattva's voice suddenly sounded like a man's. Hong Yuzhenren, I'm sorry for offending you. Please calm down. The future Buddha put his palms together. The outside world could be seen through the fog, but the outside world could not see what was going on inside. The purple bamboo bodhisattva stared at the stairway in the distance. Taishang said that the giant and his subordinates were almost at the top. The one behind the giant is the purple bamboo bodhisattva. The giant had chosen me to enter the sacred temple of Wendao with him. When I was about to merge with the divine light orb, you swapped my soul with the purple bamboo bodhisattvas. The purple bamboo bodhisattva glared. I remember now. On the third day of Gu Hai's slumber, I was fighting with the purple bamboo bodhisattva in the grand competition of painting. Future Buddha, it was you. You grabbed my hand and the purple bamboo bodhisattvas. Then, I felt a warm current flowing into my body. That was when you cast a spell on me. How? How did you do it? Amateus, Hong Yuzhenren, I'm just sorry for a few days. The future Buddha said calmly. No, you've grabbed all 3 of the giant's assistants and swapped bodies. I know it. The 6th of the 16 great treasures of history, the reincarnation pool. Isn't the reincarnation pool the present Buddha's treasure? He lent it to you. The reincarnation pool. You swapped my soul with the purple bamboo bodhisattvas, let her enter the sacred temple of Wendao, and trapped me here. Future Buddha, you're so treacherous. Hong Yuzhenren roared. Amateus. The future Buddha put his palms together and ignored them. Outside. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty glanced in the direction of the future Buddha and smirked as if he had sensed something. He ignored the future Buddha and continued to stare coldly at the sky. Taisheng said, the giant has entered. Gu Hai and Bingheim's souls slowly entered as well. Creak. The 4 souls entered, and the doors to the sacred temple of Wendao slammed shut. His Holiness has entered. Sima Zongheng said solemnly. I see it. Long Zhanghua said calmly. At this moment, Dai Qiansheng's entire body tensed up. He stared unblinkingly at the sacred temple of Wendao. Tai Chu, Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and the others were slightly taken aback. What's going on? Dai Qiansheng's expression is so solemn. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. That's right, Emperor. Isn't everything over? The Thousand Saints Conference is over. Won't it be over when the 4 of them come out in 10 days? Now, no one can do anything. King of Elixirs said curiously. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Boom. In the distance, at the border of Heavenly Yin City, there was a loud explosion. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a 4-winged angel flying out of Heavenly Yin City, but he was shot back by a rain of arrows. What are you doing? How dare you attack? The 4-winged angel glared at him. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a large army in that direction. More than 10 flying boats were flying in the sky. The arrow was shot by the commander of the Shinji battalion, Li Shinji. Li Shinji looked coldly at the 4-winged angel and shouted, from now on, no one is allowed to leave Heavenly Yin City. What? The expressions of the countless citizens, cultivators, and guests in Heavenly Yin City all changed. True Lord. The 4-winged angel had one of his wings broken. He turned to look at Tai Chu in shock. Tai Chu, Qing Emperor, and Emperor Kong all turned their heads to look in all directions. Apart from that direction, a large number of flying boats suddenly flew over from all directions. 1 boat, 10 boats, 100 boats, 1,000 boats, 10,000 boats. The huge army, numbering in the tens of millions, completely surrounded the entire Heavenly Yin City. There was an endless army in the sky and on the ground. Moreover, there was a net-like array formation everywhere, as if no one was allowed to leave. The all-encompassing array formation. Qing Emperor's face darkened. Dai Qiansheng, what do you mean by this? Tai Chu looked at Long Zhanghua with a dark expression. Long Zhanghua stood on the high platform and looked around Heavenly Yin City. Heavenly Yin City, citizens of Deqian, please calm down. Stay in Heavenly Yin City and wait for a moment. Dai Qiansheng said. Yes, His Holiness. The citizens of Heavenly Yin City immediately calmed down. His Holiness had spoken, so it was naturally an imperial edict. Moreover, the citizens respected Dai Qiansheng very much, so they were instantly appeased. However, the formidable martial artists from all the major factions in the world had gloomy expressions. Amateus Buddha, Dai Qiansheng, what do you mean by this? We were invited by Dai Qiansheng to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. Why are we trapped in Heavenly Yin City? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Dai Qiansheng looked at the formidable martial artists in all directions and said indifferently, wait for a moment. Wait for a moment. Wait for a moment for what? Do you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop? Tai Chu said coldly. Long Zhanghua turned his head and looked at Tai Chu. He suddenly glared at him, and a murderous aura surged out of his eyes and rushed towards Tai Chu. I said to wait for a moment. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking your head. Long Zhanggua's murderous aura and his extremely fierce words made Tai Chu tremble. His entire body suddenly turned cold. Who was Tai Chu? He was an old monster that had been passed down since ancient times. Generations of earthly souls reincarnated and merged again. No one knew how long he had lived and how many dangers he had seen. However, for some reason, when he saw Dai Qiancheng's fierce gaze, his divine soul still trembled. Who was Dai Qiancheng? Although he had not reincarnated for thousands of years, he had conquered the Deqian Celestial Empire, which was not inferior to Solar Divine Palace, and he had the #1 Dharma treasure in the world, the sky-splitting axe. No one dared to touch him at all. He had always been a man of his word. If he wants to kill you, he will definitely do his best. If he wants you dead, you must die. If you are not convinced, I do not mind taking your head. These words had already revealed Long Zhangguo's murderous intent. Kill Tai Chu. Become enemies with Solar Divine Palace? Tai Chu felt a chill in his heart. He did not doubt Long Zhangguo's murderous intent, because he could do what he said. At this moment, Tai Chu did not dare to refute. He could only suppress a torrential anger in his heart as he looked at the future Buddha, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and the others not far away. However, the future Buddha, the Qing Emperor, and Emperor Kong did not stand up for Tai Chu. The three of them also knew how powerful Dai Qiancheng was and even more understood how ruthless he was. They just watched Dai Qiancheng and did not know what he was going to do. The 10,000 Sage Conference was already over. Why did Dai Qiancheng suddenly become ruthless? The cultivators from all over the world also showed curious expressions. Even many of the Deqian officials did not know why. Only a few officials were like Long Zhanggua at this moment. They had serious expressions and great excitement in their eyes. Dai Qiancheng seemed to be waiting for something. Everyone was waiting for something. Gu Hai placed the black sphere in the second palace of the human Tao's secret realm. Chapter 589. Boom! Gu Hai stepped into the sacred hall of Wen Dao, and the door behind him slammed shut. Bingheim turned her head to look, but Gu Hai did not. Instead, he looked at the hall in front of him in surprise. The hall looked very big from the outside, but inside, it was even bigger than expected. The space inside was the size of several football fields. The Dongfang was filled with scrolls. There were scrolls made of fur, knotted ropes, bamboo slips, paper, thin ice, and flames. From the scrolls, there seemed to be the sound of chanting scriptures. Waves of awe-inspiring righteousness floated in the air. But it could not come out. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of Gu Hai. Since ancient times, the people of that time were still eating raw meat and drinking blood. They only knew how to use knots to record things. Before writing, the sacred temple of the Wen Dao appeared. Word by word appeared, article by article appeared. All the articles that could move the world are gathered here. A voice suddenly rang out in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a transparent man. He seemed to be floating in the air and explaining to Gu Hai. You are? Gu Hai was puzzled. I am the spirit of the sacred hall of Wen Dao. The heavens have allowed me to guard the holy texts of the world. It is convenient for all of you. The transparent man smiled. Spirit? Gu Hai was slightly stunned, and his eyes lit up. That's right. I can point out everything around you. Look, the best texts in the world are gathered in the east. The spirits in the west, do you see them? The spirit pointed to the west. There was a big tree in the west. A large number of spirits were flying around the tree. There were millions, tens of millions, and even more. Each of them swayed and danced in the air. This is the Guqin Dao. The sacred tunes of the Guqin Dao are sealed in every spirit. Look! The spirit pointed at the spirits. The accumulation of the Guqin Dao. Gu Hai frowned slightly. That's right. Since ancient times, the first sound born in the world has been there. Everything is there. Look to the north. That is the painting Tao. The spirit explained. Gu Hai turned his head to look. In the north, there were many scrolls of paintings hanging on the wall. In the painting, there were waterfalls, mountains, rivers, and people. There were all kinds of scrolls, most of which were ink paintings. Gu Hai even saw some sketches and oil paintings. Oil painting? Gu Hai frowned slightly. There was a period of time when oil paintings were popular. Unfortunately, it has declined in the end. It has form but no intent, and it has thoughts but no realm. The artifact spirit explained. Not far away, Taisheng Daozi and his subordinates were standing in front of the paintings. What about the art of chess? Bingheim asked curiously. The artifact spirit looked towards the south. Other than the entrance, there was also a wall. However, that wall was now pitch black. In the past, the eternal chess record was here. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the heavens 1,000 years ago. The artifact spirit explained. Gu Hai looked at the dark screen. He frowned slightly. Everyone, you only have 10 days. Which one do you want to see? Zither, book, or painting? Or which one do you want to comprehend? I can help you find it. Solemnly the artifact spirit said. If it were a literary cultivator, they would definitely be ecstatic at this moment. However, to Gu Hai, it was not attractive at all. Gu Hai only focused on the art of chess. If the art of chess was gone, what was the point? The art of calligraphy? He did not need it. He did not have the artistic conception of the art of calligraphy. Moreover, he had the accumulation on earth. He did not need it at all for the time being. The art of zither. He did not have the artistic conception of the art of zither. The art of painting. Not to mention. Solemnly Gu Hai asked, I want to know if there is any news of Heavenly Soul in the sacred temple of Wendao. Heavenly Soul. Gu Hai wanted to find Chen Xian, Er's Heavenly Soul. This was the main purpose of entering the sacred temple of Wendao. Heavenly Soul. I don't know. My vision is limited to this palace. The artifact spirit shook his head. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Do you want to see which literary cultivator you want? You have 10 days, asked the artifact spirit. What did the person who entered the sacred temple of Wendao see 1,000 years ago? Asked Gu Hai curiously. 1,000 years ago? The artifact spirit frowned slightly. That's right. 1,000 years ago. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. What that person saw might not be suitable for you. You should think about what you want. The artifact spirit shook his head. Gu Hai shook his head. I want what he saw. Please guide me. The artifact spirit hesitated for a while. After a while, he nodded. Come with me. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed the artifact spirit and slowly walked to the calligraphy area. On the other side, Taisheng and Dao Zhizi ignored Gu Hai and went straight to the painting area. The painting area was very big. There were countless scrolls. The two seemed to be looking for something. Gu Hai and the others quickly went to a corner of the calligraphy area. That old man saw this scroll. You should. The artifact spirit pointed at a bamboo scroll. Before he could finish, Bingheim's expression changed. Your Majesty, look. Gu Hai turned his head and looked over. However, he saw the Most High Path's giant child in the distance walking to a painting. Then, they stepped into it. Buzz! The two of them disappeared from the hall. Let's go. Gu Hai grabbed the bamboo scroll and led Bingheim to where Taisheng and Dao Zhizi had disappeared. Hey, wait. I haven't finished yet. The artifact spirit's expression changed and he said anxiously. Gu Hai did not have time to pay attention to him. He went straight to where Taisheng and Dao Zhizi had disappeared. It was a painting. There was a long corridor in the painting. There was a waterfall and a river around the corridor. Even though they were separated by the painting, they could hear the sound of water flowing inside. At the end of the corridor was a palace. Soul Summoning Palace? Bingheim looked at the palace in the painting and frowned in surprise. In the painting, they could see that Taisheng and Dao Juzi had already walked to the Soul Summoning Palace and entered it. You can't go in. The artifact spirit chased after them anxiously. Let's go. Gu Hai led Bingheim and walked toward the painting. Buzz! The two of them instantly disappeared from Wendao's sacred hall, entering that painting. Once they entered, Gu Hai and Bingheim seemed to have entered a new world. This is... Gu Hai frowned. A world in a painting? Bingheim was also surprised. The river flowed around them and the waterfall flowed rapidly. It looked like a real painting. Let's go. The two followed the corridor and rushed toward the Soul Summoning Palace. Taisheng said. The two entered the Soul Summoning Palace. In the outside world, the artifact spirit of the Wendao Sacred Hall was anxious. You can't go there. That's a forbidden area. However, Gu Hai couldn't hear the voice outside. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Soul Summoning Palace. The door of the palace was open, but it was very gloomy. They couldn't see inside. Your Majesty, it looks very gloomy inside. Should we go in? Bingheim was worried. Let's go. The two stepped into the palace. They stepped in. Roar! Roar! Give me back my life. I want to drink your soul. Soul, I want to suck your soul. A shrill sound came. Gu Hai and Bingheim immediately saw evil spirits biting them. They seemed to want to eat them in an instant. Buzz! However, at this moment, the black ball given by Long Zhanggua in Gu Hai's right hand suddenly produced a suction force. Boom! Under the strong suction force, all the spirits were sucked into the black ball in an instant. Suck! Bing Ji took in a breath of cold air and shivered. In the palace, countless evil spirits were suddenly sucked in and suddenly became bright. At the center, there was a jade box. It was unknown who opened the jade box, but countless evil spirits seemed to emerge from it. Ghost Sealing Box. It seems that the Grand Elder and the others opened it to harm you. However, it doesn't matter now. Suddenly, a loud voice came. Huh? Gu Hai looked at the black ball in his hand with a gloomy face. The voice just now came from this black ball. It was Long Zhanggua's voice. Well done. Gu Hai, put the black ball in the palace. You have done what I asked. Quickly go to the third door on the left and chase after them. Long Zhanggua's voice came from the black ball again. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai put the black ball in the palace. Huff. Suddenly, a large amount of black liquid came out from the black ball and slowly spread throughout the palace. On top of the black liquid, there seemed to be layers of golden runes floating. Gu Hai frowned and looked at it, but didn't pay it any attention. After taking a look around the Soul Summoning Palace, they saw that the Soul Summoning Palace was filled with densely packed coffins. There were over 1,000 of them. A palace full of coffins? Gu Hai didn't think too much. He picked up the ghost sealing box that was prepared to harm him and walked to the third door. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the third door, a voice rang out. Boom! The liquid that erupted from the black ball was like a river. It instantly flooded the entire Soul Summoning Palace. The huge black water even surged towards Gu Hai. Boom! Gu Hai closed the door behind him. At this moment, the black water was endless. It even surged out from the Soul Summoning Palace in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it flooded the entire palace and the corridor outside. The rivers and waterfalls around the corridor all turned black. The black water even rushed out of the scroll world and directly into the Wendao Sacred Hall. What's going on? What is this? The weapon spirit of the Wendao Sacred Hall was confused. Boom! The black water continued to erupt and destroyed everything in the Wendao Sacred Hall. The book Dao, painting Dao, and Guqin Dao areas were all flooded in an instant. No, no, help, no! The weapon spirit screamed. In the next moment, the weapon spirit was drowned in the black water and disappeared. The water instantly covered the entire Wendao Sacred Hall. It was all filled. In the outside world, De Qian's army surrounded Tianyin City. De Qiansheng stood on the high platform and looked coldly at the Wendao Sacred Hall. The sages frowned and looked at De Qiansheng. After all, De Qiansheng had just threatened Tai Chu, which made the sages very unhappy. Humph, the Thousand Saints Conference is an arbitration. God gave you the Thousand Saints Conference to start, not for you to do whatever you want. You want to be the enemy of the whole world? His Holiness of the Celestial Dynasty. Humph, I've seen a lot of ancient times. What's so great about him? You're overestimating yourself. Suddenly, hundreds of sages scolded De Qiansheng. Humph. Suddenly, there was a cold snort. Bai Mingshou waved his hand. Whoosh! In the void, it was as if hundreds of chains had burst out in an instant, charging towards the saints all over the sky. How dare you! The sages shouted angrily. Boom! The hundreds of sages who had just insulted De Qiansheng were instantly tied up by the chains and pulled violently. Boom! The hundreds of sages were thrown down from the clouds and landed on the central square. How dare you insult His Holiness in the De Qian Celestial Dynasty? Behead! Bai Mingshou said coldly. Ha! Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed to the central square. They held large swords in their hands and slashed at the hundreds of sages who were chained up and thrown down. How dare you! You can't kill me! My body is a gift from God. The hundreds of sages roared, but they were chained up and couldn't resist at all. De Qiansheng, go! The future Buddha's expression changed. He wanted to plead for mercy. The hundreds of De Qian executioners raised their swords and slashed down. Boom! The hundreds of sages' heads flew out, killing the divine servants. Are they rebelling? Tai Chu's expression changed. Chapter 590. In the Human Dao Secret Realm. Taisheng Dao Zhizi and his subordinate walked out of the Spirit Summoning Hall. Taisheng Dao Zhizi turned his head and stared coldly at the subordinate. You're not Hong Yu. Who are you? The subordinate's expression changed, but he calmed down and said, Zhizi, wasn't what you wanted me to do just now? Was I wrong to open the ghost sealing box? Speak, who are you? Taisheng Dao Zhizi said coldly. As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. Taisheng Dao Zhizi had brought along a Dharma treasure even though he was just a soul. Zhizi. The subordinate said anxiously. If you don't speak, I'm going to attack. Taisheng Dao Zhizi squinted his eyes, murderous intent radiating from them. The subordinate's face twitched for a moment, then turned solemn and bowed respectfully to Taisheng Dao Zhizi. As he bowed, his body began to change. Buzz buzz buzz. The subordinate turned into purple bamboo bodhisattva. Taisheng Dao Zhizi is acting under the orders of the future Buddha. I hope Taisheng Dao Zhizi can forgive me. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said respectfully. Reincarnation pool. The future Buddha sure knows how to scheme. Where's Hong Yu? Taisheng Dao Zhizi said coldly. Enlightened Master Hong Yu is well. He's currently residing in my body. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said respectfully. Purple bamboo bodhisattva. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you change into enlightened Master Hong Yu? Taisheng Dao Zhizi said coldly. Taisheng Dao Zhizi, please forgive me. The Buddha asked me to explain to you. After today, I'll make up for it. However, our 3 sacred lands haven't entered the human Tao secret realm for 2,000 years. I wonder what it's like now. Is the thing we're guarding still there? Did old man Guanxi destroy anything when he entered 1,000 years ago? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva asked respectfully. I'll do. Is the future Buddha worried about me? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. It's not that I'm worried about you. I'm worried about Gu Hai. Let me drag Gu Hai along so that you can go there. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said respectfully. Oh. Is Heng Yu not as good as you? Taishang said coldly. Enlightened Master Heng Yu has never entered this place before. In my previous life, I was fortunate enough to enter this place once with the future Buddha. I know some of the mechanisms inside. I'll hold back Gu Hai so that he won't ruin our plans. Besides, Taishang, do you think Daiqiansheng would be so kind as to let you in? Solemnly, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva asked. The giant of the Most High Path narrowed his eyes. The Buddha said that Long Zhanggua asked you to enter as a guide for Gu Hai. Bring Gu Hai there, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. Humph. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted. Clearly, he had guessed it. So, Taishang, you'll go there while I'll hold back Gu Hai. Please forgive me, Taishang. Solemnly, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said. Fine, fine, fine. The future Buddha. Do you really think that my Wanshou Taoism is useless? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. Taishang, the Buddha said that he'll apologize to you personally when you get out. Please forgive me. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva bowed again. Humph. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted. Although he wanted to be angry, it was useless now. Taishang, you should go there. I'll hold back Gu Hai. See you in 10 days. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said respectfully. Humph. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted and looked at Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva coldly. He flung his sleeves and flew away. This time, he did not bring Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva with him. After Taishang Dao Juzi disappeared, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva put his palms together. Buddha, Taishang already knows about me. So what if he knows? Take the thing I gave you. The chess pieces on it will help you find where old man Guanxi went last time. A voice came from Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's palm. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva reached out, revealing a palm-sized chessboard. On the chessboard, there were some miniature chess pieces that were pointing in a certain direction. Yes, Buddha, don't worry. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said respectfully. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva followed the direction the chess pieces were pointing in. He did not fulfill his promise that Taishang would hold back Gu Hai. Boom! When Gu Hai came out of the soul summoning hall, the black water inside looked like it was about to overflow. Gu Hai closed the door. Your Majesty, that was. Bingheim said worriedly. It's fine. Just pretend you don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai did not know what the emperor of the great Qian dynasty was planning, but he knew that it was definitely not a small matter. He would not get involved in it if he could. Bingheim nodded and turned to look ahead. This is. Bingheim looked at the door behind them, stunned. It was no longer the soul summoning hall, but a mountain. The two appeared at the foot of the mountain, and there was only a stone door. It was like a new world in front of them, a strange world. There was no sun or moon in this world, only endless giant gray clouds. The giant clouds gathered in the sky and seemed to be connected, forming a supergiant cloud vortex, a supervortex. A cloud-shaped vortex covered the entire sky. The light in the world came from the clouds. There seemed to be strands of blue light. The blue light was very weak, but it seemed endless, turning the world blue. The weak blue light moved slightly in the giant cloud vortex, moving toward the center of the vortex. That was the end of the blue light. There were mountains and rivers below, a boundlessly vast land. The human Tao mystic realm? Gu Hai frowned slightly. That is the aura of the spirit. Bingheim raised her eyebrows and looked at the sky. What? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. That's right. I can sense it. Your Majesty, the weak blue light in the sky is the spirit. A person's 3 spiritual souls. That's right. The aura is correct. Bingheim said in shock. Are you saying that the blue light in the sky and the blue light in the center of the cloud vortex are the spirit? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. It should be. But the number seems to be in the hundreds of millions. No, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. Gu Hai stared at the vast spirit in the sky. Yes. Perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps the souls of all living things in the world will come here after they die. This is the human Tao mystic realm. Could it be the legendary? Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. Human Tao reincarnation. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Yes, that's what I thought too. Bingheim said worriedly. After people die, they will reincarnate. The legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation are not one, but separate. This human Tao mystic realm is actually one of the paths to reincarnation. We have entered reincarnation. Gu Hai's face darkened. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. This was the world of reincarnation. No wonder it could collect ancient Wen Dao. The sky was full of souls. Which of the 3 souls was that? Earth's soul. It was possible. Because Earth's soul was reincarnated. Heaven's soul. It was also possible. Human soul. Perhaps. No matter what, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. Your Majesty, Taisheng Daoist master has disappeared. What should we do? Bingheim asked worriedly. Don't worry, let me take a look. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai had 2 hands. One of them was holding a bamboo scroll from the sacred hall of Wen Dao. Old man Guanqi had seen this bamboo scroll before. The other one was the ghost sealing box. Putting down the ghost sealing box, Gu Hai slowly unfolded the bamboo scroll. Heavenly Yin City. Bai Mingshou waved his hand, and hundreds of chains shot up into the sky, instantly restraining hundreds of sages. A group of Deqian soldiers stepped forward, raised their swords, and beheaded all of them as a warning to others. For a moment, Heavenly Yin City fell silent, and all the people opened their mouths wide. Was this the arrogant sage from before? He had been slapped in the face by Mr. Good time and time again, and now he dared to insult His Holiness? He was simply courting death this time. Insulting Mr. Good was just a slap in the face by Mr. Good. Insulting His Holiness was the same as beheading in public. The cultivators from all over the world were also stunned. Dai Qianqing had gone, and Long Zhanghua had gone. He was really daring. Emperor, is Dai Qianqing going? How dare he? One of Emperor Kong's subordinates said in horror. That was a sage, the messenger of heaven. How could he kill him just like that? Even if the emperor of the great Qian dynasty did not do it personally, Bai Mingshou must have been instructed by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. It seems that I guessed right. Even without Gu Hai's Tao Te Ching, Dai Qianqing could get enough recommendation talismans. Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Huh? At the Qing Emperor's place. Emperor, you said that Dai Qianqing was prepared to use force. If Gu Hai couldn't get the recommendation talismans, he would force the 3 holy lands to hand them over. That was Taisheng, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha. How dare Dai Qianqing? The king of elixirs' eyelids twitched. He did. But fortunately, Gu Hai won first place and bought a lot of time for Long Zhanghua. The Qing emperor said in a low voice. What do you mean by a lot of time? The king of elixirs asked curiously. It extended the time he was discovered by heaven. He could do a lot of things during this time. The Qing emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Long Wanyu stared at Long Zhanghua. Old man, you really dared? Not far away, Taishang's disciple's expression changed drastically. The future Buddha put his palms together, and his face darkened. Killing the divine servants? Is he trying to rebel? Tai Chu's expression changed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. The 10,000 sages in the sky also felt a chill. Who would have thought that Dai Qiancheng would kill them just like that? Moreover, after killing them, the heavenly souls of the 100 sages were all destroyed. There was something wrong with the sabers of those soldiers. What are you doing? Long Zhanghua, what are you doing? Why did you kill them? The sages' expressions changed. Dai Qiancheng ignored the sages. Instead, he looked at the tightly shut doors of the sacred hall of Wendao. Boom! Right at this moment, the door of the sacred hall of Wendao exploded open, and black water surged out from within like a torrent. When the black water came out, it did not fall on the square. Instead, it suddenly dyed the righteous aura in the sky black. Rolling black clouds surrounded heavenly Yin City from all directions. It's done. His Holiness. Bai Mingshou shouted excitedly. Dai Qiancheng also showed a satisfied smile. The first step is done. Next, there is a fierce battle. Let's start preparing. Yes. The Dai Qiancheng officials answered. Of course, only a few people understood. Most people did not understand what was going on. You want to rebel? Long Zhanghua, do you want to learn from old man Guanqi and go against the heavens? A sage suddenly shouted. Quick, inform the heavens that there is a rebellion in the world. Quick! The sages of the sky said anxiously. Then, one by one, they began to pray as if they wanted to send their voices to the heavens. You want to inform the heavens now? It's too late. Dai Qiancheng snorted. You're just a bunch of dogs. I wanted to keep you alive, but you don't know what's good for you. Bai Mingshou snorted and waved his sleeves. Whoosh! In the void, an overwhelming number of chains suddenly appeared and whizzed toward the sages of the sky. It was as if they were going to capture all the sages of the sky in one fell swoop. The sages of the sky widened their eyes in shock. The people around were also shocked. His Holiness wants to kill all the sages of the sky. How dare you! How dare you! The future Buddha and Tai Chu shouted angrily. Today, I'm going to protect them. Long Zhanghua, what are you going to do about it? Tai Chu glared at Long Zhanghua, his figure flickered and rushed towards the countless chains. Absolute beginning of Solar Divine Hall. Ah, this crown prince is not talented, I hope you can give me some advice. Suddenly, a person behind Long Zhanghua suddenly rushed up to the sky and went straight to Tai Chu. Crown Prince, Dragon Shenying. Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Long Shenying appeared in front of Tai Chu. Stretching out his hand, he punched towards Tai Chu. Brat, how rude. It is one thing for Long Zhanghua to attack me, but you are not worthy. Absolute Beginning glared and punched at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying revealed a ferocious expression as the two fists collided. Boom! The space seemed to tremble under the impact of the punch. However, when Bai Mingshou waved his hand, the shockwaves did not spread to the people around. The two fists collided, and after a short stalemate, they separated. Absolute Beginning took a step back, and Dragon Shenying took 5 steps back. It seemed that Dragon Shenying had lost, but who was Dragon Shenying? He was Long Zhanggua's son. How could he not lose after one punch? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. Again. Long Xinying's expression was ferocious as he punched again. Boom! The two fists separated again. Absolute Beginning took a step back, and Dragon Xinying took 4 steps back. Impossible, why are you getting stronger? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. Again. Dragon Xinying shouted. As he spoke, Dragon Xinying's eyes turned red and a pair of giant, pitch-black wings sprouted from his back. He punched again. The entire Heavenly Yin city shook. Boom! Dragon Xinying only took 3 steps back this time. The wings on Dragon Xinying's back finally appeared, but they were giant wings made of dragon bones and dragon skin. Dragon Xinying spat out 2 giant blood-red fangs from his mouth. A golden energy was being emitted from his body. Roar! Dragon Xinying roared and punched at Absolute Beginning again. Boom! This time, his strength was actually the same as Absolute Beginning's. The 2 fists were in a deadlock, and neither was willing to back down. Dragon Xinying? What kind of secret technique is this? His strength is actually the same as Absolute Beginning's? Kong Di narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen's body. Dragon Xinying cultivated Jiang Chen's body. One of the 4 great zombies, Jiang Chen. Qing Emperor's face changed. Absolute Beginning's expression changed drastically as he looked at Dragon Xinying in shock. This wasn't even the strongest Long Zhanggua. At this moment, Long Zhan didn't care about Tai Chu at all. He stared at the black water gushing out of Wendao's sacred temple. There was more and more of it, covering the sky and covering the earth. It seemed to be wrapping the entire Heavenly Yin city. Absolute Beginning. You don't seem to be strong enough. Dragon Xinying sneered. A large number of angel puppets flew towards Dragon Xinying. Release the arrows. Sima Zhongheng shouted. Rumble. A large number of arrows shot into the sky, destroying the puppets. Swoosh. The chains continued, quickly enveloping the sages in the sky. Buddha, save me. The sages in the sky shouted. The future Buddha's face darkened, and he looked like he was about to rush into the sky. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the future Buddha and threw a punch at him. The punch seemed to carry the shadow of a black dragon as it collided with the fist of the future Buddha in a hurry. Boom! There was a loud sound. Heavenly Yin City shook violently again. The figure that threw the punch stopped in his tracks, but the future Buddha took 3 steps back. What? The expressions of countless cultivators changed. That was the future Buddha. How could he be defeated with 1 punch? Even if it was a hurried punch, he shouldn't be defeated like this. Future Buddha, you'd better stay there obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you stay here today. The figure said coldly. Threatening the future Buddha. Countless cultivators looked at the figure in shock. The dragon race's paragon, Ao Tianhuang. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes in the distance. It was indeed Ao Tianhuang. He stood in the air, and his powerful aura seemed to be trampling everyone under his feet. A ferocious cry rushed toward the future Buddha. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha was also shocked. He held the Sutra of Future in his hand, but he didn't know how to go forward. Rumble. The chains in the sky tied up all the sages. Boom! With a strong swing, the sages in the sky were thrown down to the square below. Ah! Help! True Lord! Buddha, save me! Nearly 10,000 sages shouted anxiously. However, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the countless chains in the sky. They were all tied up and pressed onto the square. Longevity Array. Heavenly Yin City is filled with longevity arrays? Kong Di narrowed his eyes in the distance. Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers appeared in front of the sages in the sky. Long Zhanggua, how dare you? Tai Chu glared at him and roared. Do you think you can call father's name so casually? Dragon Goding glared at him and roared. Rumble. The powerful force was in a stalemate with Tai Chu. The angels wanted to stop them, but Sima Zongheng and countless powerful archers made them unable to get close. Yi Hua's expression changed drastically. His father was being suppressed. What should he do? He couldn't go up. In his anxiety, Yi Hua suddenly saw Gu Hai in the center of the square. Long Wanyu was standing in front of Gu Hai. Long Wanyu. She was the lifeblood of the great Qian dynasty's emperor. If he could restrain Long Wanyu, he would be in an undefeatable position. Come with me. Yi Hua roared, his eyes widening. Boom. A large number of angels rushed toward Long Wanyu. Yi Hua was at the front, and he was about to reach Long Wanyu. Behind Long Zhonghua, a sneer suddenly sounded again. You brought this upon yourself, you can't live. Whoosh. Another white figure rushed toward Long Wanyu. It was so fast that Yi Hua didn't notice it. The white figure was already in front of Long Wanyu and punched at Yi Hua. Second Prince, Long Shenwen. Kong Di's voice came from afar. No. Tai Chu's expression changed. Boom. Long Shenwen's powerful punch landed on Yi Hua's fist. The powerful force didn't push Yi Hua back. Instead, Yi Hua's body exploded into a cloud of blood and disappeared. A peak celestial palace expert exploded with one punch. He didn't even have time to scream. My son. Tai Chu's expression changed drastically. He saw Long Shenwen explode Yi Hua with one punch and then roared. Roar. Like a super sound wave, it rushed straight at the angel who was rushing down. Ah! The angels immediately screamed, covering their ears as they were sent flying by Long Shenwen's roar. Large amounts of blood seeped out of their ears, as if they had all lost their sense of hearing. Kill the dogs as a sacrifice. Sima Zongheng shouted. Yes. The soldiers on the square shouted. Boom. He raised his hand and swung his saber. The heads of nearly 10,000 saints were sent flying. The saints of the heavens were all killed. From beginning to end, Long Zhonggua's expression did not change even a little. Chapter 592. Kill the dogs as a sacrifice. Sima Zongheng shouted. Yes, sir. The soldiers in the square shouted. Boom. He raised his hand and slashed down. The heads of nearly 10,000 saints were sent flying. The saints of the heavens were all killed. From beginning to end, Long Zhonggua's expression did not change even a little. Ao Tianhuang watched the future Buddha closely. The future Buddha put his hands together and didn't move forward. Since the future Buddha didn't want to go forward, the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas in the sacred ground couldn't. They just glared at Daiqiansheng. Taishang entered the sacred hall of Wendao. The disciples of the Taishang sect were anxious. The giant is still inside. What should we do? What is Daiqiansheng going to do? Without the giant's command, the disciples of the Taishang sect didn't rush forward. After all, Long Zhonghua had been planning this for a long time. Even the future Buddha and Tai Chu couldn't do anything. What could they do? Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong stood in the crowd. No one said anything. They just looked at Long Zhonghua with a gloomy face. There was anticipation in their eyes. In the restaurant in the distance, Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Just as the emperor guessed. Long Zhonghua is going to play big this time. My lord, what is Daiqiansheng going to do? The subordinates beside him asked worriedly. I don't know. However, he killed 10,000 saints just like that. This shows his determination. I heard that old man Guanqi also killed countless divine servants back then. Lord Tang shook his head. At this moment, the people of Tianjin City were holding their breaths. When the grand competition started half a month ago, the appearance of 10,000 saints made the people breathless. Now, they were all killed by His Holiness. What was he going to do? The surroundings gradually quieted down. Only Tai Chu and the disciples of Solar Divine Palace were furious. Ah! Ah! The angels covered their ears in pain. Second Crown Prince Long Shenwen's roar had caused them to bleed from their ears, orifices, and even their heads. Clearly, they didn't have much strength left. Long Shenwen, your voice is really loud. You scared me to death. Long Wanyu said with some dissatisfaction. Long Shenwen didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he looked coldly at Absolute Beginning. Long Shenwen, how dare you kill my son? Absolute Beginning glared at Long Shenwen as if he was about to rush over. Boom! First Crown Prince Long Shening blocked Tai Chu's attack with a punch. Long Zhanghua, do you want to shed all pretense of cordiality with our 3 holy lands? Tai Chu roared at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua stood on the high platform, coldly looking at Tai Chu. This emperor was the one who invited all of you to the heavenly court for this Thousand Saints conference, so this emperor originally did not want to make a move against any of you. However, this is the heavenly court, and if you don't do as this emperor says, this emperor doesn't mind keeping all of you here. Long Zhanghua said coldly. You. Tai Chu glared at Huang Xiaolong. Shening, move aside. Let him move. If he moves again, this emperor will take his head. Long Zhanghua said indifferently. Yes, Sacred Father. Long Shenying's figure swayed as he retreated. Tai Chu could finally find Long Shenwen to get his revenge. Tai Chu could now take his revenge. However, Long Zhanggua's killing intent was locked onto Tai Chu. Tai Chu glared at Long Zhanghua, wanting to take a step forward several times, but he stopped himself from doing so. The killing intent in Long Zhanggua's eyes didn't seem to be fake. If Tai Chu dared to make a move, Long Zhanghua would personally kill him. Before coming to Deqian, Tai Chu still thought that Long Zhanggua's strength wasn't much. Even if Long Zhanghua was stronger than him, there was a limit to it. However, just now, Tai Chu's thoughts were shattered. Just a moment ago, that was only Long Zhanggua's son. He couldn't even defeat his son, so how could he talk about Long Zhanghua? After being frozen for a while, Tai Chu didn't move again. Since you don't want to fight, then stand aside. Don't make this emperor angry. Daqianqing said coldly. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. His son was dead, but he couldn't do anything and could only stand aside. Let's go. Tai Chu snorted coldly and turned his head away in humiliation. Boom! Suddenly, a black cloud appeared in front of Tai Chu, blocking his path. What's this? Tai Chu's expression changed. The black cloud was the black water that gushed out of Wendao's sacred temple. At this moment, it had already surrounded Sky Yin City, forming a huge barrier that blocked Tai Chu. Break! Tai Chu punched. Boom! The black cloud trembled slightly, but it didn't break. However, the huge shock wave caused the entire heavenly Yin City to shake violently. This emperor said that no one is allowed to leave. If you don't stay there quietly, this emperor will kill you immediately. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Tai Chu's expression changed, and he looked at Daqianqing angrily. Daqianqing looked at Tai Chu coldly, murderous intent shooting out of his eyes. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched wildly. He snorted and could only land on the peak of a mountain. Tai Chu calmed down. All the disciples of Solar Divine Palace were confused. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They all flew behind Tai Chu without saying a word. In the restaurant in the distance, Lord Tang looked at Tai Chu in the distance with a cold smile. Evil people will be punished by evil people. You're arrogant in Solar Divine Palace, but you're still like a quail in front of Long Zhanghua. On the other side, Kang Di narrowed his eyes. Black water. This is a longevity path technique, right? This barrier is sealing everything in Sky Yin City to prevent Tai Chu and the future Buddha from going out and informing the heavens. If Daqiansheng is going to be as heaven-defying as old man Guanqi, why won't he let the heavens know? What is he going to do? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The future Buddha put his hands together and sighed slightly. Tai Chu was defeated just now because he resisted. Even if he had the reincarnation pool, it was useless. Daqiansheng was too well prepared this time. While everyone was waiting. His Holiness is almost done. Bai Mingshou said excitedly. Daqiansheng looked at the Wendao sacred palace in the sky and remained silent. Black water surged out of the gate of the Wendao sacred palace. No one could see what was inside. While everyone was waiting. Hong! With a super loud sound, the giant Wendao sacred palace suddenly exploded into countless pieces by the black water. The black water covered the sky and spread in all directions. A black chain suddenly flew out of the black water. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the chain shook, one end of it suddenly rushed towards the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. His Holiness is coming. Bai Mingshou was excited. Boom! The emperor of the great Qian dynasty reached his hand out and grabbed the chain tightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 17 huge black chains flew out and rushed toward Daqiansheng. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty still grabbed him. Walala! The chains rattled. Daqiansheng's eyes flashed with excitement. Ha! Long Zhan shouted loudly, and his hands suddenly pulled. The black water around the chains suddenly exploded and shrouded Tianyin City. Of the 18 chains, one end was grabbed by Long Zhan, and the other end was connected to a black hole, a rotating black hole. Black hole? What is that black hole? The chains are pulling the black hole. His Holiness is pulling the black hole down. Isn't that the Wendao sacred palace? Why is it a black hole? Countless commoners were at a loss. Tai Chu, the future Buddha, the Qing Emperor, and Emperor Kong's expressions changed. Long Zhanggua, why you want to pull the human Dao mystic realm down by force? What are you doing? Tai Chu exclaimed. Amateus Buddha, esteemed Daqiansheng, the human Dao mystic realm is the human Dao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Where can you pull it? Unless you have the Immortal Dome, there's nowhere you can put it. The future Buddha put his palms together and shook his head. No, the Immortal Dome. Long Zhanggua, did he? Qing Emperor's expression changed. In the distance, Zhan Long waved his hand, and a white bubble appeared in his palm. He put the 18 chains in his hand into the bubble. Suddenly, there seemed to be a monstrous force in the bubble. It pulled the chains, and a great force went straight to the black hole in the sky. Rumble. In an instant, the black hole shook as if it was pulled down by a monstrous force. The human Dao reincarnation cycle is moving. Pulled by a monstrous force. That's the Immortal Dome. Qing Emperor paled. Long Zhanggua's Immortal Dome. He wants to use it to store the human Dao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth? Emperor Kong raised an eyebrow. Why you, how can you have the Immortal Dome? That's only a legend. One is born every million years. The last one came down 800,000 years ago, and it's only been born once, just once. Why you have another one? Tai Chu's expression changed. The Immortal Dome's appearance will bring chaos to the world. 9 out of 10 rooms will be empty, and less than a tenth of the heavens will survive. Sweat beaded the future Buddha's forehead. Is it really the Immortal Dome? Esteemed Daqiansheng hit it well. Qing Emperor's eyelids twitched. When he looked at the Long Zhanggua, he suddenly felt a trace of fear. In the dragon warring states, there was a newly born Immortal Dome. If he incorporates the human Dao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth, won't heaven be able to do anything to him? Emperor Kong's eyelids twitched. Immortal dome, immortal dome. How could he have the dragon warring state? No, no. Absolute Beginning's expression changed drastically as he became extremely anxious. At this moment, Tai Chu no longer had any desire to compete with the Long Zhanghua. Only people like them who had reincarnated for countless years understood how terrifying the immortal dome was. It was a fear that shook the depths of their souls. Ao Tian Huang, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Baiming Shou, and the others all looked excited. Rumble. Long Zhanggua's immortal dome pulled again. The 18 chains exerted more force, and the black hole in the sky was pulled down a little more. The human Tao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth was forcibly pulled into the Long Zhanggua's immortal dome. For a moment, it seemed to affect all directions. Even with the life Tao Blackwater barrier around heavenly Yin City, the tremors still spread from the city to all directions. There were no dark clouds. It was like a thunderstorm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Starting from the sky palaces, it exploded in all directions in the Deqianqing Celestial Empire. And this kind of thunder continued to explode in the Divine Continent even further away. Before long, the entire world was in the midst of fierce explosions. Tsunamis surged in the four seas, like the signs of doomsday. Chapter 593. The Human Tao Secret Realm. The Taisheng Tao Juzi and the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had disappeared from the Human Tao Secret Realm. Gu Hai and Bingheim were at a loss. However, Gu Hai took out a bamboo scroll that old man Guanqi had seen from the Wen Dao Sacred Hall and the Spirit Summoning Hall, and a ghost sealing box that sealed countless evil spirits. Gu Hai took out the bamboo scroll and read it carefully. The Merciful and Compassionate Rokudo Shinkuan. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow when he saw the title. The Merciful and Compassionate Rokudo Shinkuan? Who was Rokudo Shinkuan? Although the words were simple, they were full of praises. Your Majesty, this is Rokudo Shinkuan. Who is he? It says that wherever Rokudo Shinkuan goes, he saves people and is merciful and compassionate. As long as Rokudo Shinkuan comes, the world can be easily solved. Wherever Rokudo Shinkuan goes, there is no trace of disaster, and the world is peaceful. The people live and work in peace. Bingheim said in confusion. Gu Hai frowned and nodded. He was also confused. This should be 800,000 years old. Look at the age, it should be 800,000 years ago. This Rokudo Shinkuan is amazing. Wherever he goes, all the sacred grounds and heavenly dynasties welcome him. All the suffering people want Rokudo Shinkuan to come. In the end, all the people in the world praise Rokudo Shinkuan and are grateful to Rokudo Shinkuan. Every day, they pray for Rokudo Shinkuan. Bingheim said curiously. Yes, Rokudo Shinkuan. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Bingheim didn't know, but Gu Hai knew because Deqianqing had personally explained this world to him. The master of this world was the Immortal of the Six Paths. He was the heavens. The Immortal of the Six Paths? Perhaps it was this so-called Rokudo Shinkuan. Long Zhanghua said that the Immortal of the Six Paths was the heavens, and this world was his. He could be anyone or anything. Perhaps it was the Immortal of the Six Paths who played with the world. 800,000 years ago, speaking of which, I read in the ancient records of Solar Palace. That year, the 3 sacred grounds officially became the 3 most prosperous sacred grounds in the world. It seems that there was a great calamity 800,000 years ago. I can't remember clearly, but it seems that after the calamity, blood flowed like rivers, and 90% of the people in the world died. Bingheim recalled. Oh. What did you say? There was a great calamity 800,000 years ago, and after the calamity, 90% of the people in the world died? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it might be more than that. It seems that many races were completely wiped out. But I've looked through a lot of records, but there is no record of that great calamity. This is only one of the records I read at that time. Perhaps it was a mistake, but it is indeed 800,000 years ago. Bingheim frowned. Great calamity. 90% of the people died? What did that mean? Gu Hai naturally understood. Even an entire world war would not be so tragic. Countless races were wiped out. Wasn't the Immortal of the Six Paths at that time? The Immortal of the Six Paths traveled the world, saving people from trouble, and showing great compassion. Could it be that because of him, the people saw hope and calmed the chaos in the world? Gu Hai looked at the scroll in front of him with a trace of doubt. Great compassion Rokudo Shinkuen. Maybe it was true. In that case, this bamboo scroll was of no use to him. Useless? No. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. There were so many ancient scrolls in the temple of Wendao. Why did the old man Guanqi choose this scroll, which was full of flattery? The article was indeed beautifully written, catchy, and contained a great sense of happiness. However, in the end, it was just an article to flatter. In the eyes of Taisheng and the others, it was just a box to seal ghosts. However, Gu Hai guessed that there must be a purpose for it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be placed there. Moreover, since Taisheng and the others wanted to harm him, it meant that they knew what the ghost sealing box was. They had opened it before, so evil ghosts must have escaped. Why was there another evil ghost in it when it was opened again? Could it be that the ghost sealing box was the evil ghost that the soul summoning hall wanted to summon? Gu Hai looked at the box carefully for a while, but it looked ordinary. He couldn't see what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard. There was no ghost in it now. It was just an empty box. Gu Hai took a deep breath and carefully held it in his hand. He would study it later. Your Majesty, are we still going to chase after Taisheng and the others? Bingheim frowned. Yes. Gu Hai said with a smile. But, where did they go? We don't know. Bingheim was confused. They must have split up. One is in this direction, and the other is in that direction. Gu Hai pointed in two directions. Ah. Your Majesty, why? Bingheim was stunned. Look at the grass on the ground. Is it wrinkled? Gu Hai said with a smile. However, when our bloodline is gone, we won't be in the world of the living for long. The scholar smiled bitterly. Oh. The entrance of the graveyard in the world of the living? You will come here when you dissipate? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, when the bloodline of our descendants is gone, we will enter this world. Either our corpses are gone, or we will die without a burial place. Without a grave, a corpse, and so on, we will dissipate and come here. The scholar explained. Bingheim was puzzled, but Gu Hai's eyes lit up. After Qin Xian died, Gu Hai wanted to revive her the most. However, he was worried that it would be too late if the three souls dissipated. Now, even if the human souls dissipated, they could still come here. This was great news. Then what are you doing here? Bingheim asked curiously. When we come here, the heavens seem to have replenished our human souls with a force. We can see our physical bodies. We are in this world, digging 3 feet into the ground to look for anything unusual. We can live up to 300 years. The scholar explained. Oh. After 300 years, we will completely dissipate into fragments, just like those in the sky. The scholar looked at the sky. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at the sky again, but they saw countless blue lights in the rolling clouds. The sky was full of divine souls. Those are divine soul fragments. Bingheim was surprised. Yes, the souls of ordinary people like us have a lifespan of 300 years. However, if we perform well, the judge will reward us with things that can increase our lifespan. However, when we come here, we will slowly weaken. When we reach the end, we will turn into fragments and return to the heavens. Of course, if we kill each other and shatter our own bodies, we can die earlier. The scholar explained. What are the divine soul fragments in the sky for? Gu Hai was puzzled. I don't know. The scholar shook his head. In the sky, rolling dark clouds swirled the countless divine soul fragments into the black hole in the center. The scholar bit his lips and said, that black hole is like a big mouth. I have a feeling that once we die, we will be completely gone. Then, we will be devoured by the black hole in the sky. Don't worry, that might not be the case. Gu Hai comforted him. I have embarrassed myself in front of the sage. The scholar smiled bitterly. The group continued walking. After crossing 3 mountains, Gu Hai suddenly saw a huge city in the distance. The city was blue in color. On the city gate, the words Reincarnation City were engraved. Groups of ghosts were queuing up to enter the city. What are those ghosts doing? Bingheim asked curiously. They are here to submit a mission. If they find anything unusual or special in this world, no matter what they find, as long as there is something, there will be a reward. Look, there are countless judges over there. They are in charge of recording. The scholar explained. Oh. Looking for anything unusual in this world? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, the judges will analyze whether the records are useful or not. Today, I can bring 2 sages here. It is my fortune. I can also receive a 1-year longevity pill. The scholar said happily. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed the scholar into the group of ghosts. When the ghosts saw Gu Hai, they were shocked. Sage? Another sage? Quickly inform the judges. Inform the Reincarnation King. The ghosts looked at the scholar with excitement and jealousy. Gu Hai's 3 souls walked to where the judges were. Judge, I found 2 sages and brought them here. Can you give me a reward? The scholar asked expectantly. The judge held a scroll in his hand and shot a white light at the scholar. Immediately, the judge looked at the scroll and said, Su Chengwen. 36 years ago, you entered the human Tao secret realm. You did well. You can receive a 10-year longevity pill. Thank you, Judge. The scholar said excitedly. He thought that it would only increase his lifespan by 1 year. He didn't expect the judge to be so generous and give him a 10-year one. He knows you. Bingheim was surprised. The judge sees countless ghosts every day. How could he know me? It is because the judge has the Immortal Soul book. It records all the souls that entered this world. The scholar explained excitedly. The judge handed over a black pill to Qin Yi. Amidst the envious gazes of countless ghosts, the scholar swallowed it in 1 gulp. Mortal Soul book? Gu Hai squinted his eyes. At this time, the judge turned to look at Gu Hai and Bingheim and smiled. The judges who were in charge of recording the information of the other ghosts surrounded them. Moreover, they summoned a large number of weapon-wielding ghosts from the city. Are the 2 sages who participated in the 1000 Sage Conference? The judge looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai squinted his eyes. At the side, Bing Ji also frowned as she watched more and more ghost soldiers surround them. That's right. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, I have to make a great contribution. The 2 of you, please take them down. The judge stared and laughed sinisterly. What? The scholar exclaimed. Su Chengwen, you did well. Do you know why I gave you the 10-year longevity pill? You have helped me. Ha ha ha, the Reincarnation King has just issued a bounty, and you are now in my hands. Let's see how you can escape this time. The judge said excitedly. Ha! Suddenly, a large number of ghost soldiers pointed their spears at Gu Hai and Bingheim. In the reincarnation city, a man in a black dragon robe was accompanying the purple bamboo bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, look, this is the chessboard left behind by old man Guanqi. I don't know what to do with it, but I can't get close to it. The man in the dragon robe pointed at a huge square in front of him. There was a huge chessboard on the square. Layers of white fog were floating on the chessboard. The purple bamboo bodhisattva squinted his eyes at the chessboard. As he looked at it, he felt dizzy. Reincarnation King, you have worked hard this time. Did old man Guanqi say anything back then? The purple bamboo bodhisattva asked in confusion. The reincarnation king shook his head. No. Oh, right, I think he said, unfortunately, it's too late. Then, he left. I have found so many human souls to solve this chessboard, but none of them could. Just as the purple bamboo bodhisattva and the reincarnation king were studying the chessboard, report. Suddenly, a judge rushed in from afar. The reincarnation king raised his eyebrows and looked at him coldly. Didn't I say not to disturb me? Reporting to the reincarnation king, we've captured the 2 sages that were just put up a bounty. Both of them have been captured. The judge said excitedly. You caught them? So fast. The reincarnation king was stunned. Gu Hai. Bingheim. You found me so fast. Humph, it's good that you found me. Let's see how you can escape this time. The purple bamboo bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Chapter 595. A group of ghost soldiers escorted Gu Hai and Bingheim to Reincarnation City. Previously, when the group of ghost soldiers came, Bingheim was ready to make a move, but she was stopped by Gu Hai. Bingheim immediately understood Gu Hai's meaning. She pretended to be defeated by the ghost soldiers and was escorted here. Ha ha ha, the sage of the 1,000 sage assembly? That's nothing. The judge who ordered the capture of Gu Hai laughed happily. Judge Liu, this time, the king will definitely reward you heavily. Maybe he will give you 1,000 yuan dan. A judge said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Judge Liu was happy. Judge Liu, the king wants you to bring the 2 thieves to the chess pool. The judge who went to report earlier immediately came to report. Let's go. Judge Liu responded excitedly. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at each other and smiled. Reincarnation City was very big. Gu Hai walked for an hour before arriving at the so-called chess pool. The chess pool was like the football field Gu Hai saw in the past. There were a lot of high platforms around, and in the center was a huge field with a huge board of Go. The surrounding high platforms were filled with ghosts who heard the news and came here. Each of them was wearing official robes, as if they were very noble among the ghosts. On the north platform, a group of ghost officials were standing respectfully. They were bowing to a man wearing a dragon robe sitting on the dragon throne. Greetings to the king, greetings to the lords. These 2 thieves, this subordinate has brought them here. I found them outside the city and immediately caught them. Judge Liu immediately bowed to the man wearing the dragon robe excitedly. On the surrounding high platforms, countless ghost officials were talking about the 2 of them. Who is in the chess pool? The king coldly shouted. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Reincarnation King, you sent people to put a bounty on me, how could you not know who I am? How dare you? The surrounding ghost officials shouted angrily. Gu Hai smiled coldly, not afraid. Humph, you are that Gu Hai. The one who obtained first place in the 1,000 Sage Assembly and defeated all the sages of the chess Tao, Gu Hai. The Reincarnation King said coldly. Oh. I wonder, how did the Reincarnation Sovereign know of me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. How would this king know about you? Do I still need to report to you? The reincarnation king coldly said. Gu Hai sneered. Since you are unparalleled in the art of chess, why don't you show me what this game of chess is about? The reincarnation king said solemnly. The chessboard left by old man Guanqi. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. You don't need to know who left them behind. All you need to know is that you only have 3 souls left. Your strength is so weak that you can't even stand up to a gust of wind. Just a few of my ghost soldiers here can make you beg for death. The reincarnation king coldly said. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the chessboard carefully. Your Majesty, can this brat solve old man Guanqi's chessboard? Someone at the side whispered to the reincarnation king. After so many years, no ghost has been able to solve it. We can only count on him. Besides, she said. Besides, I heard that Gu Hai defeated all the sages of the chess Dao this time, the reincarnation king said. Gu Hai did not continue arguing with the reincarnation king. This was because Gu Hai also wanted to see how the chessboard was. Without a doubt, it was definitely left behind by old man Guanqi in the past. Gu Hai carefully looked at the chessboard. This chessboard was not very complicated. It was far inferior to the 29-line pair world chess game. After looking at it for a while, Gu Hai frowned. Your Majesty, is this a message left behind by old man Guanqi on the chessboard? Bingheim asked softly. The chessboard is very scattered. It looks like a map. Gu Hai said with a frown. A map? Bingheim revealed some shock. That's right. Furthermore, it seems to be pointing to a certain direction, Gu Hai said, feeling curious. However, why can't this subordinate see it? He shifted the chessboard, Gu Hai said. What is shifting the chessboard? It is when the entire chessboard moves a few squares in a certain direction. Although this chessboard has 19 lines, old man Guanqi played a Go game with 29 lines. He shifted the entire chessboard by 10 positions, Gu Hai said with a smile. Shifted by 10 positions? Where did he shift it to? How do we find him? It's very simple. When old man Guanqi played Go, the first stone was Tianyuan. As long as we reverse the chessboard and find the position of the first stone, we will know where the chessboard moved, Gu Hai said. That's simple. Simple. It's not simple. Old man Guanqi used this chessboard to point to a certain location. I don't know what it is, but seeing how careful old man Guanqi is, it must be something extremely precious. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Quickly speak. Where is it? Where is it? The reincarnation sovereign immediately stood up excitedly from his throne. Bring the map over. Gu Hai called out. Quick! 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 Immediately, a ghost official brought over a huge map. With Reincarnation City as the center, it covered a huge area. Gu Hai, quickly speak. Where is it? What is it? The Reincarnation Sovereign said excitedly. Gu Hai compared the map and revealed a satisfied smile. Many thanks for the Reincarnation Sovereign's guidance. Gu Hai said with a smile. Quickly speak. Where is it? The Reincarnation Sovereign called out. The surrounding ghost officials also looked at Gu Hai excitedly. Gu Hai faintly smiled and shook his head. How dare you? The king is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Judge Liu, who was escorting Gu Hai, said with a glare. Old man Guanqi used the chessboard to set up the map. This means that it is for those who understand chess to see and not for everyone to see. Everyone, please don't think about it. Reincarnation Sovereign, let's talk about who leaked my information. Or should I say, you should let her come out. Gu Hai said with a smile. Impudent. Gu Hai, do you believe that I won't whip you to death? Judge Liu glared. While speaking, a long whip appeared in Judge Liu's hand. With a swing of the whip, he lashed at Gu Hai. Judge Lu's soul-seizing whip. One whip is enough to take away half of his life. A ghost soldier whispered in the distance. Pa! The whip lashed at Gu Hai, but it was caught by Bingheim in midair. N? Smelly girl, you dare to block me? Originally, I wanted to ask the king for you to be his concubine. Now, see if I don't kill you. Judge Lu glared and roared. Humph, reckless thing. Bingheim coldly snorted. She gently flicked her hand. A burst of cold air instantly gushed out from her fingers. Ka 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 ka. Along the whip, it quickly froze. Judge Lu was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Judge Lu was frozen into an ice sculpture. What? The surrounding judge's complexion changed. Ka 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 ka. Judge Lu's body suddenly froze and cracked. The next moment, it exploded in all directions, turning into fragments and dissipating into thin air. Wisps of blue ghost fragments soared into the sky. Impudent! The surrounding judges and ghost soldiers shouted. Suddenly, a large number of ghost soldiers rushed toward the two. Do you really think that the Emperor and I were escorted here by you? Bingheim coldly said. While speaking, Bingheim stretched out her hand. A burst of white cold air instantly rushed in all directions. Boom! The void suddenly turned cold, as if it was snowing like goose feathers. Wherever the white cold air passed, the ghost soldiers were instantly frozen into ice like Judge Lu. The next moment, they instantly burst into pieces, exploding in all directions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ghost soldiers were destroyed by Bingheim just like that. On the other side, the Reincarnation King's expression changed. He seemed to want to quietly escape. Gu Hai looked up at the Reincarnation King. Reincarnation King, you better not move. However, the Reincarnation King's expression froze, and his figure stopped. Come, take them down, take them down. The Reincarnation King roared. The three souls didn't store much power, we didn't store much power, and your power shouldn't be much either, right? Ha! Gu Hai coldly laughed as he walked toward the Reincarnation King step by step. Rumble. A large number of ghost soldiers rushed toward Gu Hai and Bingheim. Gu Hai stepped forward, ignoring them. Bingheim waved her hand, and the snow in the void became heavier and heavier. Any ghost that came into contact with the snow was frozen to death. Go, go, go quickly. The group of ghost officials shouted. However, Bingheim was in a domain of ice and snow. No ghost could get close. Your Majesty, they are indeed weak. They are just ordinary ghosts. This subject was bestowed with ice essence by Your Majesty in the past, and I can bring it with me this time. I can help Your Majesty open a path. Bingheim said excitedly. Gu Hai ignored her and walked toward the Reincarnation King step by step. Come, come quickly, capture these two thieves for me. The Reincarnation King shouted with a trace of fear. World of ice and snow, explode whoever comes. Bingheim said coldly. Rumble. A large number of ghosts still rushed over, but the moment they entered the chessboard, they were frozen and exploded. In the blink of an eye, they turned into broken souls. Wherever Bingheim went, there was no invincible. Gu Hai walked in front, but he slowly walked toward the Reincarnation King. The Reincarnation King revealed a terrified expression. What are you guys doing? I was arranged by the heavens to be the Reincarnation King. Arranged by the heavens? That's good. After you die, the heavens will definitely arrange a new Reincarnation King, right? Gu Hai slowly walked closer. The ghost officials in the surroundings had already fled, covering their heads. In the blink of an eye, only the Reincarnation King was left facing Gu Hai. Saint, please spare me, please spare me. I am also possessed. Someone sent me a letter saying that you can solve Old Man Guanqi's chessboard. I I am the one who is possessed. Spare me, spare me. The Reincarnation King immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Was this the Reincarnation King who commanded millions of ghosts? He knelt down just like that. Someone like you. The heavens let you become the leader of the ghosts. Gu Hai frowned. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. No, no. In the past, there were 10,000 Reincarnation Kings. But later on, the rest died mysteriously. Hence, I am the only Reincarnation King. The Reincarnation King said in horror. Chapter 596. Don't. Don't. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The Reincarnation King said bitterly in horror. Gu Hai stared at the Reincarnation King. The Reincarnation King extended his hand, and a mirror appeared in his palm. The words human soul thin were written on the mirror. Gu Hai received it. The Reincarnation King wanted to say something, but Bingheim's cold gaze made him swallow his words. Unfortunately, the moment the human soul thin reached Gu Hai's hand, the words on it disappeared. How do I activate this? Gu Hai asked. This, only I can use this. Because I am the Reincarnation King chosen by the heavens, the human soul thin only recognizes me, the Reincarnation King said softly. Gu Hai stared at the Reincarnation King for a while. Then, he handed the human soul thin to the Reincarnation King. Find me a human soul, Gu Hai said. Sage, please speak, the Reincarnation King said respectfully. Her name is Qin Xian. She should have died in the past 20 years. Help me investigate. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of the Tao of chess. Qin Xian. The Reincarnation King was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded. Closing his eyes, the Reincarnation King activated the human soul thin in his hand. Buzz! The thin layer of human soul trembled slightly, and then a colorful halo suddenly rippled out from within the thin layer of human soul. Then, thousands of small dots appeared. You found her. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. I found her. The Reincarnation King was slightly stunned. Really? Gu Hai suddenly showed joy on his face. Yes. However, there are 3,642 Qin Xian in the past 20 years who entered this world. Moreover, they are all over this world. The Reincarnation King showed a bitter expression. 3,642. Their names and personalities. No matter what, go and find them immediately. Also, don't hurt her. If she is wronged, I will hold you responsible. Gu Hai glared. Yes, yes, yes. I will immediately send the ghost soldiers over. The Reincarnation King immediately replied. Gu Hai nodded. The Reincarnation King quickly summoned the ghost soldiers from all directions. Very soon, a large number of ghost soldiers and judges entered the square. The Reincarnation King immediately found the 3,642 judges and used the copies of their souls to mark the location of a ghost. He then ordered them to bring the ghost soldiers over. Gu Hai was watching from the very beginning. This continued until all of the infernal judges and ghostly soldiers had been dispatched. Sage, you see, this will still require some time. Why don't you rest in my reincarnation city? The Reincarnation King tried to curry favor with Qin Wentian. Your Majesty. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. No need. I happen to have something to do. I'll be back in a few days. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Good. Good. As you wish. The Reincarnation King lowered his head and bowed. Gu Hai found 2 ghost capes in the Reincarnation City and put them on. No holy light could be seen from them. Under the respectful escort of the Reincarnation King and a large number of judges, the two stepped out of the Reincarnation City and disappeared from the sight of the ghosts. Looking at Gu Hai's disappearing back, the Reincarnation King's previously bowed expression instantly turned cold. Humph. With a cold snort, the Reincarnation King looked at Gu Hai in the distance with resentment. My king, didn't Gu Hai say that he is looking for someone? Why did he leave at this crucial moment? An infernal judge asked curiously. Why did he leave? He can only stay in this world for 10 days. He can't do anything else while waiting for a soul. The Reincarnation King said coldly. But, didn't they just arrive? Why did he leave? That infernal judge asked curiously. The Reincarnation King narrowed his eyes. Before he could say anything, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. Gu Hai should have discovered the secret of old man Guanqi's chess game. He went to look for treasures. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. The Reincarnation King's face immediately lit up with joy. Reincarnation King, you did well. You didn't betray me at such a critical moment. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said indifferently. Me? How would I dare? The Reincarnation King immediately tried to curry favor with the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Gu Hai left. That's good. No matter what treasure he found, he will come back later. At that time, use the treasure to exchange for the person. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. But, that stinky girl's cold chi is really powerful. The Reincarnation King said worriedly. That's Bingheim. She has a cold chi treasure. Do you think I don't have a treasure? Just right, arrange for the ghost soldiers to follow me and set up a fire array. Humph. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. Good, good. The Reincarnation King immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Bingheim left the Reincarnation City. Emperor, are we going to the place old man Guanqi pointed out? Bingheim asked curiously. Gu Hai shook his head. No matter how precious the treasure old man Guanqi pointed out is, it can't be compared to the person I'm looking for. Huh. Come, let's go back secretly. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Go back secretly. But, we just. Bingheim said worriedly. We are wanted. This means that Taishang, or the person Taishang brought into the human Tao's secret realm, has already come into contact with the Reincarnation King. Just now, he might be standing beside the Reincarnation King. Even if the Reincarnation King is so afraid of death, he is still unwilling to expose that person. This shows how much he is afraid of that person. If that's the case, how much truth can he tell us? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim frowned and nodded. The two of them slowly sneaked back to the Reincarnation City. From another direction, they arrived at the remote city gate tower of the Reincarnation City. Who's there? The ghost soldier on the city gate tower was about to shout something. Chi! Suddenly, Bingheim froze it and it exploded. Be careful. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I didn't notice it just now. Bingheim smiled bitterly. The two of them stepped onto the city gate tower and quickly entered the buildings in the city. The two of them walked silently in the city and encountered some ghost soldiers. Bingheim didn't harm the ghost soldiers who cooperated with her. Instead, she used some of the ghost soldiers' ropes to tie them up in some of the main halls. Only those stubborn ghost soldiers would be frozen by Bingheim. Along the way, they interrogated and finally found the Reincarnation King again. This time, it was the main hall of the Reincarnation City, outside the Reincarnation Hall. At this moment, a large number of ghost soldiers and judges were stationed there, surrounding the square tightly. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was with the Reincarnation King. She saw the Reincarnation King holding the human soul sheet with both hands and mumbling something. Then, One ghost shadow after another emerged from the thin layer of human souls. At a corner far away, Bingheim's eyes narrowed. The Reincarnation King lied to us. He can teleport the souls of the people in this world here just by using the human soul sheet. But he lied to us and said that he would take a few days to find them. Bingheim's face turned gloomy. Gu Hai held Bingheim back and told her not to interrupt. He stared at Qin Xian, in the center of the square. Is that the purple bamboo bodhisattva? How did she come in? Bingheim looked at the purple bamboo bodhisattva beside the Reincarnation King in surprise. However, Gu Hai didn't care at all. At this moment, he only had eyes for the group of ghosts that appeared from the human soul sheet. More than 3,000 Qin Xian were teleported here from all directions. At this moment, they looked around in confusion. Where am I? Where am I? Little ghost Qin Xian, greets the Reincarnation King. Qin Xian, You are also called Qin Xian, I am Qin Xian, There were old women, children, women, and young girls. There were women of all ages. At this moment, all of them were at a loss and in fear. No one is allowed to move. Stand where you are. The ghost soldiers held their weapons and looked at the Qin Xian, coldly. The Qin Xian, looked around in fear. No, it's not this one. No, it's not all of them. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anxiety. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the distance, Gu Hai was anxious. If he couldn't find Qin Xian, it would be bad. Your Majesty, is there anyone? Bingheim looked at Gu Hai and asked worriedly. Just as Bingheim looked at Gu Hai's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes suddenly became blurry and his hands trembled. Gu Hai's sudden change made Bingheim realize something. She also turned her head to look. She saw a woman wearing a fox fur coat emerging from the ghost soldiers in the distance. The woman was extremely beautiful. The moment she landed, she became the focus of everyone. The other Qin Xian, instantly lost their composure in front of her. Many of the ghost soldiers also stared blankly at her. Among the women that Bingheim had seen before, whether it was Long Wanqing, Fairy Wan, Long Wanyu, or other women, they were all slightly inferior to the ghost in front of her. The only one who could compare to this woman was the giant of the Taishang sect. There was sadness in the woman's eyes. But it was this sadness that made people feel pity for her. Qin Xian, She was the Qin Xian, that the emperor was looking for. Gu Hai's tear-filled eyes explained everything. Looking at the beautiful Qin Xian, Bingheim suddenly felt ashamed of her inferiority. Looking at Qin Xian, she couldn't even feel a trace of jealousy. But when she looked at Gu Hai, there was a trace of bitterness. She was the emperor's former wife. The emperor had always kept the position of empress for her. Only such a peerless beauty could be worthy of the emperor, right? Bingheim showed a trace of sadness and bitterness. Bingheim, go over there and attract their attention. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. Yes. Bingheim replied. Bingheim quietly went into the distance while Gu Hai quietly moved toward the center of the plaza. In the plaza, when the Reincarnation King saw the beautiful Qin Xian, his eyes suddenly widened. Is that her? Purple bamboo bodhisattva narrowed his eyes. No, I don't know. There are still 20 of them. The Reincarnation King looked at Qin Xian, with some fascination. Hurry up. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said in a low voice. Oh, okay. The Reincarnation King urged again, and one by one, Qin Xian, flew out of the human soul sheet. Chapter 597. Master. Qin Xian, was rooted to the spot. Her eyes were filled with tears. Whoosh. Gu Hai was very fast. He reached the center of the square in a short while. Some of the ghost soldiers noticed Gu Hai, but most of them were attracted by the loud noise in the distance. Following the collapse of the palace, white crows flew out one after another from the palace. Wah, 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 wah. A large number of white crows soared into the sky, attracting the attention of Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and the Reincarnation King. How dare you! Until the ghost soldiers in the square roared. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and the Reincarnation King turned around. Bam! However, it was too late. Gu Hai arrived in front of Chen Xian, in an instant and hugged her. Gu Hai's robes flew off, and he gave off a blue light again. The ghost soldiers immediately recognized him. It's him. It's the two malefactors. The sage is back. How could it be him? The ghost soldiers were in an uproar. Some of them even retreated with fear in their eyes. The Reincarnation King and Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva were stunned. They did not expect Gu Hai to come back so quickly. Gu Hai rushed to the square and pulled Chen Xianer into his embrace. At this moment, his hug was filled with boundless fear and excitement. It was as if he was afraid that Chen Xian would be gone. Chen Xianer's eyes were filled with tears. The moment she saw Gu Hai, she could not help but cry. Being hugged by Gu Hai, she felt like she was in a dream. Master, is it really you? Xian, can see you again. Is this a dream? Isn't this a dream? Chen Xianer couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Am I dreaming? I really don't want to wake up. Xian, ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed as tears streamed down his face, his entire body trembling. Perhaps all these years of hard work was for this moment. At this moment, Gu Hai's entire body was trembling. He was unwilling to let go of his arm. Off in the distance, Bingheim blew up a palace and waved her sleeve, causing a large number of jackdaws to appear. They howled as they flew into the air. Bingheim stepped onto one of them and flew into the air. Standing high in the sky, Gu Hai happened to see the scene in the square in the distance. He hugged Chen Xianer. Even though they were far away, they could feel Gu Hai's endless love for Chen Xianer. He had never seen Gu Hai lose his composure like this before. Seeing Gu Hai hugging Chen Xianer so affectionately, Bingheim's eyes flashed with intense envy. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Biting her lips, Bingheim's eyes flashed with sorrow. She muttered to herself, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Gu Hai hugged Chen Xianer as if he was hugging the whole world. He was unwilling to let go of Chen Xianer. However, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. Gu Hai. Ha, Bingheim. You're indeed very cunning. So you didn't leave? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. Since they were exposed, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva no longer had the intention to hide. Only the Reincarnation King looked terrified. He kept retreating until he was behind Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. After all, he had lied to Gu Hai and Bingheim. What if they pursued the matter? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. He waved his hand. Array, rise. Boom. Above the entire square, boundless flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the flames appeared, they sealed off all directions of the square. The flames were scarlet in color and suddenly floated up into the air, as if they were burning into a super huge flame lotus. Ah! Don't! The ghost soldiers at the edge, as well as the other Chen Xianers who had been summoned, immediately screamed in agony as they were incinerated into nothingness by the fire. The flames moved toward the center, toward where Gu Hai was. However, Gu Hai was hugging Chen Xianer tightly. He didn't seem to want to let go at all. Red Lotus Hellfire. Bingheim's expression changed. She controlled the jackdaw to fly over quickly. Go! Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva snorted. Shriek! A fiery red eagle flew out of the flames and swooped down toward Gu Hai. Wherever it passed, the ghost soldiers were instantly vaporized. They didn't even have time to scream before the ground burned. The fiery red eagle was like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it was in front of Gu Hai. It looked like it was going to crash into Gu Hai. Whoa! Suddenly, a white crow blocked Gu Hai's path and charged at the fiery red eagle. Boom! With a loud bang, the jackdaw and the fire eagle exploded, creating a huge shockwave. The surrounding buildings collapsed. Master, Master! Chen Xian'er cried out worriedly. It's okay, it's okay. Master found you. Everything is okay now. Gu Hai said gently. He hugged her even tighter. Shriek! Shriek! Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of fiery red eagles rushed out of the fire formation and toward Gu Hai. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jackdaw after jackdaw arrived, circling Gu Hai and charging towards the group of eagles. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. How shameless. Bing Ji glared at him and roared. Oh. Bingheim. I'm shameless. So what if I'm shameless? Today's formation is the Red Lotus Hellfire formation of Spiritual Mountain. Let's see which one of you can escape from the humiliation of Heavenly Mouse City. Jackdaw. So what if you have a lot of them? There's a limit. My formation has endless fire eagles. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva glared. Boom! The fire eagles exploded again. A huge fire soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Reincarnation City was scorched red. A large number of buildings collapsed. Break! Bingheim roared. A large amount of cold air came out of her palm and rushed toward Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva in the distance. It seemed like she was going to freeze the source of the flames. Cold air? You're still far from it. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. With a flip of her hand, a black rope appeared in her palm. Endless red flames came out of the rope. Boom! In an instant, Bingheim's cold air was burned away. The fire on the rope was still rising. It was so red that it was turning purple. With a flick of the rope, the red lotus hellfire around it also turned purple. In the square, except for the Reincarnation King, all the ghosts were vaporized. In front of the purple flames, the jackdaw was no match for them. The jackdaw at the periphery screamed in pain as if their wings were on fire. Bingheim was sent flying by the flames. Her expression changed. This is the red lotus wick of the Buddha. Why is it in your hands? Without the red lotus wick, how would I dare to set up the red lotus hellfire formation? The Buddha gave it to me personally to destroy evil spirits like you. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva glared. She activated the red lotus wick again. The fire eagles at the periphery suddenly turned purplish red. They became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 The blazing eagle charged forward, incinerating large swathes of jackdaws. Bingheim was also surrounded by the fire eagles. She couldn't take care of herself. Even so, she still used the remaining jackdaw to protect Gu Hai and Chen Xian'er at the center. Your Majesty, leave now. Your Majesty. Bingheim shouted anxiously. Peak of the lower celestial palace. Ha, too bad you don't have a physical body now. You only have 3 souls. You've only cultivated the human soul, but I've cultivated both the human and earthly souls in the middle celestial palace. You're not as good as me. Your cold air can't stop my red lotus hellfire. I'll burn you. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva sneered. The Reincarnation King stood behind Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. He let out a long sigh and grinned. Your Majesty, I can't hold on any longer. Your Majesty, leave now. I'll open a path for you. Bingheim anxiously burned jackdaw after jackdaw, but she still protected Gu Hai. She seemed to want to open a path for Gu Hai. Run? None of you can. And Gu Hai? Humph, how dare he come to the secret realm of human Tao when he hasn't even cultivated 3 souls? He must be tired of living. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva sneered. Old master. Chen Xianer showed a trace of worry. Gu Hai finally let go of Chen Xian. He studied her closely. You really are my Chen Xian. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. In the distance, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's eyes flashed coldly. He activated the lantern wick again. A firehawk 10 times the size of a normal firehawk broke free from the wick and flew toward Bingheim. The firehawk was pitch black. Some of the redness was purple, while others were black. Even the purple firehawks in its path were roasted by the black firehawk. The black hawk reached Bingheim in the blink of an eye. Bing Ji's expression changed. She immediately summoned a large number of jackdaw. However, the large number of jackdaw was instantly melted into water by the black eagle. Like a hot knife through butter, the jackdaw arrived in front of Bing Ji in an instant, wanting to melt her as well. Even though Bingheim had tried her best, she still looked hopeless. She couldn't stop the Black Hawk's flames. That was it. Your Majesty, run. Bingheim suddenly roared with tears in her eyes. She rushed forward. Just as Bingheim was about to die with the Black Hawk, Gu Hai pulled Bingheim. He pulled Bingheim's divine soul behind him. Ah! Bingheim screamed. However, they saw Gu Hai reach out with his right hand and grab the Black Eagle's head. No, Your Majesty. That's the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Don't. Bingheim said in despair. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva sneered. Ha, you're going to block it with your hand? That's the condensation of the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Only Samadhi true fire can block the hellfire of the Red Lotus. You'll die even if you have a body, let alone a weak divine soul. Just as Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was laughing, a flame appeared in Gu Hai's right palm. It wasn't the hellfire of the Red Lotus. It seemed to be a flame from Gu Hai's divine soul that covered his palm. Boom! The Black Hawk crashed into Gu Hai's right palm. Gu Hai didn't burn. Instead, Gu Hai gripped the Black Hawk's neck tightly. Screech! The Black Hawk struggled and flapped its wings. However, Gu Hai's right hand gripped its neck so tightly that it couldn't move at all. Ha, a beast will always be a beast. You don't learn. Gu Hai looked up with a dark expression. He shifted his gaze from the Black Hawk to Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Chapter 598. A loud explosion came from the reincarnation hall. Countless jackdaws soared into the sky, followed by flames and cries of agony. In an instant, the ghosts around were shocked. Many of them either rushed toward the reincarnation hall or went to higher ground to look in its direction. Countless infernal judges and ghostly soldiers who were rushing towards the reincarnation hall were stunned by the sight of the blazing inferno. Looks of horror appeared on their faces. Is it those 2 devils? Did they attack again? No, it's the king. Ah, and the Bodhisattva with the king. No, Brother Zhang. They're burned to death. No. Fear filled the air. No ghost dared to approach. They watched as the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva burned all the ghosts to death and attacked the jackdaws, forcing Bingheim into a corner. Bingheim did not run away. She protected Gu Hai with her life. However, Gu Hai pulled the Black Eagle behind him and grabbed the charging Black Eagle. Ha, a beast will always be a beast. You never learn. Gu Hai looked up with a dark expression. He shifted his gaze from the Black Eagle to the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Bang! The Black Eagle suddenly exploded in Gu Hai's palm, turning into boundless flames that scattered in all directions. Who are you calling a beast? The purple bamboo bodhisattva glared. The reincarnation king's face turned ashen. He thought that Bingheim was terrifying enough. Why was Guhai even stronger? Bodhisattva, what should we do? The reincarnation king asked anxiously. No one can escape from my red lotus hellfire formation. Besides, he's from the Yuanying state. The purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, surging black flames came out of the red lotus lantern wick in Guhai's hand, instantly encasing the entire plaza. As the black flames refined the black flames, many black eagles charged at Guhai. The purple bamboo bodhisattva's eyelids twitched when Guhai crushed a black eagle. However, he was confident in the red lotus wick, so he didn't care. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Screech! Screech! Tens of thousands of black eagles flew toward Guhai, Bingheim, and Qinxian. In an instant, the air around them seemed to distort from the heat. They wanted to destroy all three of them. The eagles screeched. The ghost army in the distance were horrified. Insignificant little firebird. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Guhai's eyes coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a bright red flame burst out from the three of them. It was like a wave that instantly rushed towards the flock of black eagles. Screech! The charging black eagle screamed miserably. Before it could reach Guhai, it instantly melted away. The red flames expanded outwards and rushed towards the black flames in all directions. Wherever the red flames went, the black flames were instantly pushed aside, calm. With a loud bang, the huge black lotus exploded, and the red lotus hellfire array also collapsed in an instant. What? How? What kind of flame is that? Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. Guhai did not give up. He stepped toward purple bamboo bodhisattva and waved his hand. Another huge fireball flew toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. Purple bamboo bodhisattva looked anxious. He held the red lotus wick in his hand. The black flames in the wick collided with Guhai's fireball. However, the black flames could not withstand the fireball at all. Even the red lotus wick was destroyed. Samadhi true fire. Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. Boom! The wick of the red lotus lantern exploded, and purple bamboo bodhisattva was blown away. Ah! Ah! Purple bamboo bodhisattva and the reincarnation king were both blown away. They looked terrified. The reincarnation king was fine. He was only hit by the blast. Purple bamboo bodhisattva, on the other hand, was dim as if his spirit was hurt. Samadhi true fire. How is that possible? How do you have the Taishan path Samadhi true fire? Purple bamboo bodhisattva shouted. Purple bamboo bodhisattva. I spared your life in the past, but you still don't know what's good for you. Looks like I was wrong. When dealing with people like you, I have to remove the roots. Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, he slowly walked toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. As he got closer and closer to purple bamboo bodhisattva waved his hand. Your Majesty, watch out! Bingheim shouted. Purple bamboo bodhisattva seemed to have swung out a dharma treasure. However, Guhai was prepared. Samadhi true fire spewed out in front of him. Boom! Before the dharma treasure could be seen clearly, it was completely burned by the Samadhi true fire. What? Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. A large amount of Samadhi true fire surrounded Guhai. It followed Guhai closer and closer to purple bamboo bodhisattva. No, it shouldn't be like this. Purple bamboo bodhisattva's eyes widened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of dharma treasures flew toward Guhai. Purple bamboo bodhisattva was well prepared. He had brought a lot of treasures with him to the human path mystic realm. However, so what if he had a lot of treasures? The Samadhi true fire could destroy everything. Instantly, the treasures flying toward Gu Hai were all burned to ashes by the Samadhi true fire. The reincarnation king was dumbfounded. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva also showed a look of fear. Gu Hai's eyes were murderous as he slowly walked toward Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Gu Hai did not want to tolerate Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva anymore. He was almost in front of Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was at her wit's end. Amateus, Mr. Good. Suddenly, a voice came from Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's arms. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had taken out another golden lotus. The voice came from the golden lotus. Oh. Future Buddha. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mr. Good, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva is severely injured. For my sake, can you let her go? I will restrain her from targeting Mr. Good in the future. Consider this as me owing Mr. Good a favor. How about that? The Golden Lotus said. Greetings, Buddha. The reincarnation king bowed respectfully to the Golden Lotus. Gu Hai glanced at Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, then shook his head. No need, future Buddha. Don't owe me a favor. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva wants my life. I won't let her live. Mr. Good, don't you want to know why Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva entered this human Tao mystic realm? The future Buddha sounded anxious. Not interested. Gu Hai stepped forward coldly. The true Samadhi fire slowly approached. You can't kill her, Mr. Good. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva is doing this for the sake of the world. You can't kill her. I will restrain her in the future. How about that? The future Buddha said anxiously. Restrain her. If we die today, what's the use of restraining her? Besides, with her personality, if she doesn't die today, she will definitely take revenge on me 100 times over. Gu Hai said coldly. No, Gu Hai. Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the sacred ground of Soul Mountain? Gu Hai. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bam! The true Samadhi fire burned the golden lotus to nothingness. The future Buddha's voice stopped abruptly. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression changed. Looking at Gu Hai's fierce expression, she finally felt that death was so close to her. Reincarnation King, quick, quick, do it now. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said anxiously. Me? The Reincarnation King's expression changed. Gu Hai glanced at the Reincarnation King coldly. The Reincarnation King shuddered. He did not dare to move. Gu Hai was already in front of her. With a wave of his hand, the true Samadhi fire around him turned into a fire dragon and surged toward Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Reincarnation King, you can control human souls. Human souls are thin. You can hold Qin Xian hostage. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva shouted. How dare you? Gu Hai glared. The Reincarnation King looked terrified. Quick, Reincarnation King. Otherwise, you can forget about living. The Buddha will not let you go. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva shouted. The Reincarnation King shuddered and activated the true Samadhi fire. Ah! Qin Xian, who was not far away, suddenly screamed. Xian, Gu Hai's expression changed. However, he did not stop there. The fire dragon rushed toward Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Ah! Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva screamed and was drowned by the fire dragon. Bodhisattva. The Reincarnation King's expression changed. The fire dragon flew away, but Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva turned into a blue ball. Gu Hai ignored Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Instead, he turned to Qin Xian, At this moment, Qin Xian, also turned into a blue ball. Reincarnation King. Gu Hai stared at the reincarnation king. Sage, please spare my life. I was forced by Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. She forced me. The reincarnation king immediately knelt. Where's Xian? What happened to my Xian? Gu Hai kicked the reincarnation king over with a ferocious expression. Mr. Good, she's not dead yet. I only wanted to hold her hostage. I didn't want to destroy her. I only drained her energy. She's still alive, still alive. The reincarnation king said in horror. Still alive? Let her come back to life. Gu Hai said coldly. The reincarnation king paused. Quick. Gu Hai said coldly. Because the human soul sheet moved Qin Xian, there is a record of her. The human soul sheet can disperse her energy, but it can't replenish it. I can't do anything. The reincarnation king said anxiously. Gu Hai stared at the reincarnation king. It's true, sage. Her soul is not destroyed. It's just that her energy is dispersed. Not dead. What about Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva? She's not dead either. She also turned into a blue ball. She's not dead either. You sages enter the human Tao mystic realm and are enveloped by divine light. You can't kill them. Look at the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. She only turned into a primitive form. As for Qin Xian, I only dispersed her energy. I didn't kill her. She's just a primitive form like the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, the reincarnation king said anxiously. Then how can she recover? Gu Hai asked coldly. In the past, I used the human soul sheet to punish disobedient souls. Although they've dispersed their energy, they can still hear the outside world. I don't know how to replenish their energy, but after 10 years, they'll be able to recover and come back to life. It's true, it's true. Sage, please spare me. The reincarnation king said anxiously. Sage, please spare me. I was forced to do this. The people from the 3 holy lands killed the other reincarnation kings and made me the next reincarnation king. If I didn't listen, they would have killed me 1,000 years later and made me the next reincarnation king. So. The reincarnation king said anxiously. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and the Samadhi true fire gushed out. No. Arg. The reincarnation king screamed in agony. In the fire, he was instantly burned into pieces and dissipated, flying into the clouds in the sky. Chapter 599. As the reincarnation king screamed, he shattered into pieces and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Your Majesty, the reincarnation king is very familiar with the human Tao secret realm. Why didn't you keep him for questioning? Perhaps there are other ways to save Qin Xian, Bingheim asked in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Other ways? I don't need it. The reincarnation king can destroy Xian through the human soul sheet at any time. Although he doesn't seem to have the guts to do so, I don't want to take the risk. Yes. Bingheim nodded. Gu Hai walked to the blue ball that Qin Xian had transformed into. Anger flashed in his eyes. Xian had already seen it, but it ended up like this. He should have killed the reincarnation king first. Very carefully, he picked up Qin Xian's original human soul. He carefully touched it for a while, but he didn't dare to awaken it. He could only keep it carefully. He turned to look at the blue ball that the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had transformed into. Gu Hai reached out his hand and squeezed. Buzz! The blue ball seemed to be very tough and didn't shatter. Even the true Samadhi fire couldn't destroy it. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't waste his effort. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu-hai threw the soul ball of the purple bamboo bodhisattva. He carefully grabbed the human soul sheet in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The human soul sheet trembled slightly. Unfortunately, Gu-hai couldn't use it. However, he couldn't leave it here. He kept it carefully. Let's go. Gu-hai said with a depressed mood. Yes. Bingheim nodded and followed behind Gu-hai. She stole a glance at Gu-hai and bit her lips. In the end, she didn't say anything and followed behind quietly. The two slowly left the reincarnation city. Along the way, they saw some ghost soldiers and judges. Quick, let's go. Ah! He killed the reincarnation king. Run! The group of ghosts scattered in all directions, only daring to look at Gu-hai and Bingheim from afar. The news of the reincarnation king's death instantly spread everywhere. However, no one had the intention to take revenge for the reincarnation king. In the reincarnation city, chaos ensued. Countless ghosts rushed into the city, fighting for the treasures in the city. Treasure? Maybe some of them were precious, but Gu-hai didn't care about them at all. After all, the reincarnation king didn't have any other treasures other than his thin soul. What was there to talk about? Furthermore, old man Guanqi had left behind a message. That was what he was most concerned about. Along the way, not a single ghost dared to obstruct them. In the human Tao mystic realm, there was a stretch of snowy mountains. After all, the divine light was too eye-catching. Taisheng found a cloak for Juzi and put it on as he walked towards the snow mountain. As soon as they entered the snowy mountain area, immediately, a group of ghost soldiers charged out. This is a forbidden area. The reincarnation king has ordered that no one is allowed to come close. The ghost soldiers shouted. Taisheng and Juzi slowly lifted their hood. Divine light was revealed. The ghost soldiers were slightly stunned. Then, they respectfully said, "Greetings, sage. May I ask where you are from?" Wanshou Taoism. Taisheng and Juzi said indifferently. Sage of Wanshou Taoism, please forgive us for our lack of manners. The ghost soldiers immediately knelt down. Did any ghosts come here 1,000 years ago? Taisheng and Juzi asked. Yes, it was old man Guanqi. We saw him 2 times before. He walked to the entrance of the snow mountain. When the guards stopped him, he left. The ghost soldiers said respectfully. Oh. He left? It seems like he went in. Taisheng and Juzi said. Ah. The ghost soldiers were slightly stunned. Alright, continue blocking the other ghosts. Juzi of the Taisheng path said in a low voice. Yes. The ghost soldiers replied. Taisheng and Juzi entered the snow mountain alone. Stepping on the snow, Taisheng and Juzi walked very quickly. Each step covered a distance of 5 kilometers. Just as Taisheng and Juzi were walking into the snow mountain, meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the snow mountain. Not good, the seal is loosening. That beast is coming out. Taisheng and Juzi's expression changed. Taisheng and Juzi suddenly increased their speed and hurried into the snow mountain. Meow. The cat's cry became louder. Rumble. As the cat cried, the snow mountain trembled. Meow, meow, meow. As the cat cried, the snow mountain trembled. In the vast snow mountain range, avalanches occurred in many places. Taisheng and Juzi were extremely anxious. They continued to walk into the snow mountain. On the snow mountain, they seemed to be able to see the huge reincarnation city in the distance. Suddenly, in the direction of the reincarnation city, flames rushed into the sky. A loud sound came from afar. Taisheng and Juzi paused and turned their heads. They frowned and said, "Something happened in the reincarnation city? Is it Gu-hai?" The purple bamboo bodhisattva is indeed useless. However, the cat's cry in the snow mountain made Taishang and Juzi even more worried. They ignored the reincarnation city and continued to walk into the snow mountain. Gu Hai and Bingheim left the reincarnation city. They followed the map left behind by old man Guanqi and headed in a certain direction. With the cloak, the two of them did not look very conspicuous. As the two of them continued to walk, the temperature suddenly became hot. This human Tao mystic realm seemed to have all kinds of weather in the human world. Every direction had a different environment. Gu Hai and Juzi entered a hot area. It was getting hotter and hotter. Many ghosts were unwilling to go near them. It was as if they were afraid that the heat would harm them. Your Majesty, there seem to be many volcanoes nearby. Bingheim said with a frown as she looked at the volcanoes around them. Billowing smoke could still be seen rising into the sky from some of the craters. We're almost there. It's right in front. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The two of them walked toward the volcanoes. Suddenly, a group of ghost soldiers blocked in front of Gu Hai. Stop right there. This is the chess villa. This is a private place. You are not allowed to go near it. The leader of the group, a thin ghost, said coldly. A private place? Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. The Reincarnation King has already designated this place as my clan's chess villa. My clan only welcomes chess experts. No one else is allowed to come near. The thin ghost said coldly. Chess experts? Bingheim raised her eyebrows. It seems like not everyone can't understand old man Guanqi's chess game. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. What did you say? The thin ghost's expression flickered. This one knows a thing or two about chess. Please show mercy. The ninth young master anxiously pleaded with Gu Hai. Ninth young master, what are you doing? The ghosts asked, confused. They just killed the reincarnation sovereign. Don't move. Don't clash with them. The ninth young master said anxiously. Ah. The ghosts showed disbelief at first. However, when they saw the thin soul in Gu Hai's hand, their expressions changed drastically. From start to finish, Gu Hai said nothing. Only when the ghosts before him showed fear and cowardice did Gu Hai say, call out your Go Manor Master. Chapter 600. At the Chess Mountain Manor in the human Tao secret realm, surrounded by the disciples of the Chess Mountain Manor, the soul of a blue-haired old man appeared before Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai also took off his hood. The Chess Tao Mountain Manor disciples showed fear on their faces. As they looked at the humanoid soul shard in Gu Hai's hand, they also showed horror. This old man, Yan Qing Shan, greets the sage. Solemnly, the blue-haired old man's soul said. You are the manor lord of the Chess Mountain Manor? Gu Hai asked gravely. The Mountain Manor's disciples were immature and offended the sage. This one apologizes to the sage on their behalf. Solemnly, Yan Qing Shan said. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yan Qing Shan turned his head and looked coldly at the ninth young master. Little Jiu, you took my words for granted, didn't you? Yan Qing Shan said coldly as he narrowed his eyes. Thud. The ninth young master immediately fell to his knees. Manor Lord, I. Manor Lord has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. We felt that those chess cultivators could no longer help Manor Lord and would only cause trouble. So. The ninth young master said anxiously. So, you killed all the chess cultivators who came here? So that they could not spread the news. Yan Qing Shan glared. I. The ninth young master said anxiously. Manor Lord, this was decided by all of us, a group of ghosts at the side immediately called out. Decided by all of you. Wouldn't it have been enough if all of you were in charge of the Chess Mountain Manor? Yan Qingshan glared. We. Manor Lord, please forgive us. The ghosts all knelt. I'll deal with all of you later. Yan Qingshan glared. The ghosts did not dare to say anything. Sage, I am very sorry. Solemnly, Yan Qingshan bowed. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before nodding. He could tell that Yan Qingshan was not faking it. How is the sage's chess Dao? Solemnly, Yan Qingshan asked. This humble one is Gu Hai. I have come here after seeing the 29 Heavens and Earth's chess game left behind by Old Man Guanqi in Reincarnation City. Mr. Good is indeed an extraordinary Go player. You came here today because of the Go game left by Old Man Guanqi, didn't you? I've been here for 800 years and invited a large number of Go cultivators to study it. I've already solved more than half of it. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, why don't you join us in solving the game? Yan Qingshan invited. Oh. Did Old Man Guanqi leave a Go game here? Gu Hai frowned. These volcanoes are Old Man Guanqi's chess piece. Solemnly, Yan Qingshan said. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, please. Yan Qingshan said with a smile. Villa Master, you've solved so much of the Go game and are about to be solved. All the benefits will belong to our Go Villa. Why are you giving it to others? The 9th young master said anxiously. Shut up. Yan Qingshan glared at him. The disciples of the Go Villa were anxious, but Yan Qingshan's will was not to be changed. They could do nothing about it. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at each other and followed Yan Qingshan into the depths of the Go Villa. There was a deep cave in the depths of the villa. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed Yan Qingshan into the cave. Meow. Meow. Cat meows were heard from the depths of the cave. The entire cave shook as the cats meowed. What's that? Cat meows? Bingheim was puzzled. Gu Hai was also puzzled. The interior of the cave grew brighter and brighter. There was a huge space in the depths of the cave. The light in the space came from a huge pool of lava. The lava in the pool boiled and boiled, as if it would erupt at any moment. However, there was a strange gush of lava at the edge of the pool, forming a chessboard. It was a chessboard made of lava with 19 lines. The pieces on the chessboard were all made of lava, one black and one white. The arrangement was extremely complicated. There were 50 ghosts of the Go Villa sitting around the chessboard. Each of them had a small chessboard, as if they were analyzing the chessboard in front of them. What's that? Bingheim asked curiously. These 50 Go Villa masters are doing the same thing as me. They are arranging their chessboards and analyzing the chessboard on the lava. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yan Qingshan asked with a smile. A chessboard made of lava. Is this the work of Old Man Guanqi? Gu Hai was puzzled. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from the chessboard. As it came out, the space above the lava chessboard trembled. Vaguely, a black cat seemed to be glaring, baring its fangs and claws. However, the cat's meow ended, and the cat's figure disappeared. Was this cat sealed? Bingheim asked curiously. That's right. We cracked the chessboard to a certain extent 30 years ago and loosened the seal. The cat appeared frequently. That seal should be a small space. As long as we crack the chessboard, we can open the seal and enter this small space. Yan Qingshan's eyes flashed with confidence. Was it Old Man Guanqi who sealed it? Bingheim asked with a frown. It shouldn't be. My guess is that the cat was sealed in this world before Old Man Guanqi discovered it. Then, he used the Go Villa to break the seal. He left it for us ghosts to crack the seal continuously until the seal was broken. Yan Qingshan said with certainty. Then why didn't old man Guanqi break the seal back then? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I don't know. Yan Qingshan shook his head. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yan Qingshan invited. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard for a while and frowned. Yan Qingshan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, 32 heaven and earth chessboard. What? Yan Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You're boasting shamelessly. How can it be 32? A Go cultivator at the side said with a raised eyebrow. That's right. It's 31. How can it be 32? Don't play to the gallery. We've been studying this for 100 years and have been deducing 31. You're telling me that it's 32? Have you really seen 31? The Go cultivators came to their senses and rebuked Gu Hai angrily. Mr. Good, all of us here have more or less seen 31. Although this chessboard has 19 lines, it's an incomplete one. We need to imagine the positions of the remaining pieces ourselves. However, this is indeed 31. Because of that, we've cracked the chessboard a little and loosened the seal. Yan Qingshan said with a frown. The seal has loosened a little, but haven't all of you noticed that the seal has tightened again in the past 2 years? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. I think so. The cat's meowing has become less frequent in the past 2 years. I thought the cat was tired of meowing. Some of the Go cultivators who believed in Gu Hai were stunned. However, a large number of Go cultivators did not believe him at all. What makes you say that we've cracked it wrong? Why isn't it 31? A few Go cultivators said angrily. Give me the chessboard. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Yan Qingshan immediately fetched the chessboard and passed it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a piece, placing it gently on the chessboard. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, the 31 heavens and earth's chessboard was laid out. This is... The Go cultivators were slightly stunned. 31 lines of the original foundation board. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. The Go cultivators immediately stepped forward and took a closer look. After a while, their faces turned ashen. That's right. This is it. The 31 lines that I saw back then were transformed from this original foundation board. This is the embryonic form. That's right. As long as it lands on these few lines, it will look like what I saw back then. My head is spinning. What a complicated chessboard. The Go cultivators watched for a while and no longer dared to look at the chessboard. However, they were now certain of what Gu Hai had said. After confirming this, everyone looked at Gu Hai with different gazes. Have we been deciphering it all these years been wrong? Yan Qingshan said bitterly. Not entirely wrong. At least we've cracked it a little. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, why don't you try deciphering it? Yan Qingshan advised. That's right, Mr. Good. Now that this is the human Tao mystic realm, the Reincarnation King has arranged for all the spirits to search for the difference in this world. I'm guessing that it's this seal. That's right. The Reincarnation King obeys the will of the heavens. The heavens asked him to search for it. Perhaps there's something in this seal that the heavens want. Mr. Good, we just want to see what's inside. Why don't you try deciphering it? The Go cultivators immediately became polite to Gu Hai. Looking at the Go cultivators' gazes, Gu Hai nodded. I'll give it a try. Gu Hai slowly sat in front of the magma chessboard and looked at the chessboard carefully again. 19 lines. In Gu Hai's mind, he immediately imagined a chessboard with 32 lines. After looking at it for an entire day, Gu Hai slowly placed a piece. He reached out and tapped a spot on the chessboard. Suddenly, a black piece seemed to be formed from magma and landed on the chessboard. Clack! As the black piece landed, a white piece suddenly appeared from the magma. Clack! Gu Hai used the chessboard to decipher the seal. Gu Hai and the others could not see the black cat clearly. The black cat was standing in a dark space, but its eyes could see Gu Hai. To the left of the black cat, the image in the void showed Gu Hai starting to play his piece in the magma. To the right was a snowy mountain. In the distance, Taisheng saw the giant walking over. Meow, a bunch of idiots. They've been deciphering it for so long, but they still can't decipher it. Idiots, idiots, idiots. The black cat cried out gloomily. It turned its head to look at the image on the right, where Taisheng saw the giant appear. Wansho Taoism. Meow, that old bastard Samsara's lackey. Lackey, here again. You're here again. If I get out, I'll eat you, you bunch of lackeys. Meow. The black cat looked at Taisheng on the other side with a gloomy expression. Unfortunately, other than the cat's meows, no sound could be heard. 1,000 years ago. That old man used Go and integrated the seal. You could have deciphered it. You could have deciphered it, but you stopped halfway. Meow, when I get out, I'll eat you. Eat you. Meow. How annoying. How annoying. The black cat was so gloomy that it seemed to be going crazy. Chapter 601. In the snowy mountains of the human Tao mystic realm. It was a huge snowy valley. Taisheng said to Juzi. He was standing outside a pool in the snowy valley. Even though it was bitterly cold, the pool did not seem to have frozen. There seemed to be 6 different colors of water in the pool. As it spun slowly, it emitted a strange light. Meow. Above the pool, the void trembled slightly. A black cat could be vaguely seen. It was the black cat that Gu Hai saw in the lava pool. Seeing Taisheng approach, the black cat's eyes flashed with anger. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Taisheng. Taisheng lowered his head and looked at the pool. The seal of the Immortal of the 6 paths and the 6-colored water have become so distinct. Is someone breaking the seal of the 6-colored water? Taisheng said. Juzi narrowed his eyes. Taisheng raised his head and looked at the black cat in front of him. His expression darkened. You're coming out. Luckily I came in time. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos if you came out. Taisheng narrowed his eyes. Taisheng reached out and took out a small bottle. The small bottle opened. Immediately, traces of white liquid flowed out of the bottle. The white liquid was slowly poured into the pool. In the pool, the 6 different colored waters suddenly began to spin rapidly. As they bubbled, the 6 colors of the water seemed to be slowly fusing together. The different colors were neutralizing each other, and the neutralizing colors became one color. Meow, the power of faith. Bitch, you dare to pour the power of faith into the seal. Reinforce the seal. The black cat's black fur immediately stood on end. It glared at Taisheng and roared. However, through the small space, only a meow could be heard. At the same time, in the lava cave, the pool of lava suddenly churned. As it churned, the chess pieces on the chessboard were placed faster. Gu Hai placed a black chess piece. Suddenly, a white chess piece appeared. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Mr. Good, what's wrong? Yan Qingshan asked, puzzled. I seem to have grasped the flaw of this chess game just now. However, this move is like a stroke of genius. It seems that the chessboard has become even more complicated. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Even more complicated? What's going on? The group of Go cultivators asked blankly. It's even more complicated. This means that the seal is even firmer. Something must have happened, Yan Qingshan said, his expression changing. Meow. The black cat was also very anxious. Mr. Good, what should we do now? Yan Qingshan asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. I like complicated Go games. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as he pondered quietly. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai stretched out his hand and placed a piece. Pa! The Go game continued. The Go game was connected and sealed. The seals were getting stronger and stronger. Gu Hai pondered more and more. His placement of the pieces became slower and slower. Slow. Slow meant that there would not be any mistakes. Gu Hai placed a piece. Immediately, the seal was slightly undone. Taisheng added a drop of the power of faith and strengthened the seal slightly. In the Snow Valley, what's going on? The power of faith can strengthen the seal. Didn't it strengthen the seal just now? Didn't the six-colored water merge? Why did it separate again? Taisheng's expression darkened. He added some more power of faith. The seal was strengthened again, and the six-colored water merged again. However, it did not take long for the six-colored water to separate again. What's going on? The seal can't hold anymore. Taisheng's expression changed. He continued to add more power of faith. On the other side, Gu Hai placed one piece after another. At that moment, he had also entered a state of selflessness. Meow. Good boy, good Go skills. Ha 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 ha, I thought it was over. I didn't expect your Go skills to be so powerful. Good, continue, continue. The black cat suddenly looked at Gu Hai excitedly. Bastard, you're still pouring in the power of faith? Humph. Wait for me to come out. See if I don't kill you. The black cat looked at the table angrily. At that moment, one side of the black cat was filled with hope while the other side was filled with despair. It looked very conflicted. Clack. 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 Gu Hai and Taisheng were in a deadlock with the six-colored water seal. Inside the cave, the Go cultivators watched as the Go stones on the Go board continuously landed. The black cat's figure kept appearing. They understood that Gu Hai really did it. Joy flashed in Yan Qingshan's eyes. The Go cultivators waited patiently. Gu Hai's soul had 3 souls, after all. The Go souls in his physical body's glabella did not follow him. Gu Hai only used the connection between the souls to get the Go souls to analyze the Go game. As a result, it was somewhat draining. Meow. Brat, well done. Continue. You must unlock the seal for me. If you unlock it, I will give you great benefits, the black cat cried out anxiously. However, Gu Hai only heard meow, meow, and meow. Gu Hai did not have time to respond. However, Bingheim watched curiously. That darned cat is actually coming out. The Go game left by old man Guanxi loosened the 6-colored water seal. Why did he not release it back then? Was old man Guanxi worried that this darned cat would ruin his plans? Yet, he wanted to release it, so he deliberately left half of the Go game. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Bingheim's ears. SSS. Bingheim's expression suddenly changed. She looked around. Tai Chu. Was that Tai Chu's voice? Little girl, don't look around. You can't see me. I am still in Heavenly Yin City. I only sensed the situation inside because of the spirit-fusing soup that you brought. Tai Chu's voice rang out again. Bingheim's eyes flickered. Taisheng must be strengthening the seal over there. Gu Hai wants to break the seal here. Ha, it's good to fight. Tai Chu said coldly. You, what do you want? Bingheim whispered. She controlled her voice so that it would not travel out. In the cave, no one could hear Bingheim's voice. However, Tai Chu could sense it. What do I want? Bingheim, remember what I told you in the square. This Gu Hai cannot be left alive. Tai Chu said in a low voice. Why? Bingheim asked anxiously. Why? First, this darned cat cannot be released. If it is released, Tai Yi will have a headache. This is a demon sealed by the heavens. For the sake of the common people, it must be sealed inside. Second, Gu Hai and Taiwa have some karma. Tai Yi wants to control him. If Tai Yi wants him dead, he must die. Do you understand? Tai Chu said coldly. Bingheim shook her head, a pained expression on her face. Of course, he might not die. After drinking 2 bowls of spirit-fusing soup, he can be loyal to Tai Yi, right? He might not die. You just need to beg Tai Yi, right? If Tai Yi doesn't want to kill Gu Hai won't die. Tai Chu said solemnly. No, I can't. Bingheim said anxiously. You can't. Today, you have to do it whether you want to or not. Have you forgotten your mother? Your mother is dead, but Tai Yi has a way to revive her. Don't you want her to be revived? Tai Chu said coldly. What? My mother can be revived? Bingheim's expression changed. Your mother is the princess of the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty and has a feud with the Solar Divine Palace. No one in the Solar Divine Palace is willing to let her revive, not even Tai Yi. If you want to save her, it will depend on whether you are worth it. Besides, have you forgotten why Tai Yi sent you to Gu Hai's side? You've already drunk a bowl of spirit-fusing soup, right? Give me another bowl. Hurry. Tai Chu said coldly. No, don't force me. Bingheim was terrified. Force you? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that pretty boy Gu Hai. Even if you do, you can't. Hurry up. Long Zhanghua has already gone mad. He wants to go against the heavens. This damned cat can't come out again. Hurry. Tai Chu said coldly. No. Bingheim was terrified. Think about it. I'll give you 1 incense stick of time. If you don't give Gu Hai a drink by the end of this game, I'll go back and destroy your mother's corpse. Do you believe me? Tai Chu said coldly. Bingheim suddenly showed a pained expression. However, the Go cultivators and Gu Hai did not notice anything strange with Bingheim, as everyone was focused on the Go board. Gu Hai's Go stones became slower and slower, but they became more accurate. At the same time, the connection between the souls was draining more and more. Gu Hai rubbed his head. It seemed that he was mentally exhausted. Brat, play properly. You have to solve it. Once you solve it, I'll help you call out, Dry Spring, to any woman in the world and make her like you immediately. The black cat said anxiously. While the black cat was anxious, Snow Valley's Taisheng was also very anxious. How much faith energy is there already? Why is it still not working? Taisheng looked at the small bottle anxiously. The Go board became increasingly complicated, and Gu Hai found it increasingly difficult to play. Gu Hai rubbed his head. The Go cultivators could only worry about Gu Hai. Bingheim, who was at the side, closed her eyes, as if she was enduring the pain of being cut by 1,000 knives. Her eyes were misty, but she had no choice but to dry up. After a while, she seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted. Under Tai Chu's repeated pressure, Bingheim finally showed a sour expression and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Her voice was also suppressed, so Gu Hai did not hear it. Bingheim flipped her hand, and a gust of cold air condensed into an ice bowl. The bowl was filled with some soup that she had brought. That's right. Bingheim, let Gu Hai drink the spirit-fusing soup and lay in ambush between Gu Hai's souls. In the future, it will be easier for Tai Yi to control Gu Hai. Let him drink it, let him drink it. Tai Chu laughed coldly. Bingheim slowly took a step forward with great difficulty. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, Tai Chu's threat echoed in her ears, and Bingheim felt very sad. Separating the soul from the spirit is indeed harmful to the brain. Gu Hai rubbed his head. "Why, your majesty?" Bingheim said timidly. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. "Your majesty, this is the spirit-fusing soup. It can nourish the soul. You'll feel better after drinking the spirit-fusing soup," Bingheim said, pretending to be calm. Spirit-fusing soup. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the bowl of soup that Bingheim had brought over. "It can nourish the soul. Then, Mr. Good, hurry up and drink it. We still need you to undo the seal." The Go cultivators immediately said happily. Bingheim was someone that Gu Hai had brought over. Naturally, the Go cultivators did not expect Bingheim to harm Gu Hai. There was an uproar. However, the black cat in the small space suddenly narrowed its eyes. Spirit-fusing soup. Meow. Another B***tch. Don't drink it. Brat, don't drink it. Meow. The black cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. However, other than the meow, no other sound could be heard. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and carefully took the bowl of spirit-fusing soup. "This can nourish the soul." Gu Hai stared at Bingheim and asked carefully. "Yes, it can, it can." Bingheim felt her entire body trembling, but she suppressed it and nodded. "Since it can nourish the soul, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Gu Hai smiled. Looking at Bingheim, Gu Hai slowly brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. Chapter 602. In the human Tao mystic realm, Gu Hai and Tai Sheng continued to influence the six-colored water seal. Although they did not seem to be doing much, a huge storm was brewing in the outside world. The ghosts in Reincarnation City had just accepted the news of the Reincarnation King's death when volcanoes suddenly erupted in the northeast of Reincarnation City. Every time Gu Hai placed a ghost stone, a volcano would erupt. For a time, flames soared into the sky. Waves of fire surged in all directions. Countless ghosts hurried to avoid the calamity from the volcanoes. But in the next moment, a monstrous snowstorm suddenly swept up in the snowy mountains. The snowstorm expanded with a loud bang, forming a huge stream of cold air that rushed in all directions. Wherever the cold air passed, the ground was frozen. The ghosts in the human Tao mystic realm immediately felt uneasy. In the Chess Tao manner, the group of disciples who were angry at Gu Hai earlier were scared silly when they saw the volcanoes erupting one after another. Did that sage place a ghost stone? So, that game of Go has just started? Ninth young master was shocked. In the cave, Gu Hai rested for a while. Bingheim handed a bowl of spirit-fusing soup to Gu Hai for Gu Hai to drink. Gu Hai glanced at Bingheim. Then, he brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. It seemed like he was going to drink it. Idiot. Meow. Don't drink it. Don't drink it, the black cat roared anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not hear it at all. The spirit-fusing soup was about to be drunk by Gu Hai. Absolute Beginning sensed it and immediately became excited. Good. Good. Drink it. Bingheim, you did well. Bitch. 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 Meow. The black cat jumped around anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not hear it at all. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and smiled warmly. Then, he opened his mouth and was about to drink it. Bingheim's eyes widened. She watched as Gu Hai unhesitatingly took the spirit-fusing soup and brought it to his mouth. Bingheim felt as if her entire world had suddenly darkened. The way Gu Hai looked at her made Bingheim's heart fill with boundless guilt. Don't. Bingheim suddenly cried out and exerted force in her hands. Pa la! The bowl of spirit-fusing soup was knocked over by Bingheim. What's the matter? The group of chess cultivators was at a loss. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had a look of relief in his eyes as he gently exhaled. Your Majesty, you can't drink it, that's poison, don't drink it, woo woo woo. Bingheim knocked over the Fuxian soup and suddenly kneeled in front of Gu Hai, crying very sadly. Poison! The group of chess cultivators exclaimed. What? Bingheim, how dare you? Don't you want to save your mother? You're courting death. Tai Chu's voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, woo 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 woo. Bingheim knelt in front of Gu Hai, crying very sadly and uncontrollably. Poison. Gu Hai smiled slightly. He didn't blame Bingheim. Instead, he gently stroked Bingheim's hair. This wasn't the first time. Bingheim had given Gu Hai a drink previously, and Gu Hai could see through it that time. How could he do it this time? Gu Hai didn't expose Bingheim because he was holding on to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, he succeeded. Bingheim didn't let him drink it. Bingheim, what are you doing? You bastard! Tai Chu's voice rang out angrily. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, it's Tai Chu, no, it's me, it's my fault. Bingheim took out a small bottle as she sobbed. Oh. Gu Hai looked at the small bottle. Bingheim reached out and squeezed the small bottle, as if she was squeezing open some kind of restriction. Bingheim, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tai Chu's voice rang out in the cave. Who? Whose voice is that? The group of chess cultivators looked at the small bottle in shock. Tai Chu. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. He saw Bingheim reach out and throw the small bottle into the lava. Bang! Immediately, the small bottle was burned to nothing by the lava. Bingheim, wait until you come out. See how I'll deal with you. Tai Chu's voice rang out in the lava and soon disappeared. Bingheim sobbed as she knelt in front of Gu Hai. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Gu Hai. Bingheim, tell me, what happened? Gu Hai asked gently. Bingheim shook her head, unwilling to explain. She sobbed as she said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. When I left the capital, I gave Your Majesty a bowl of Fuxian soup. Tai Yi wanted to control you with the soup. I was sent to your side by Tai Yi so that Your Majesty could drink the soup. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Bingheim sobbed bitterly. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Capital City, didn't you save my life before? It's just a bowl of poison. I'm fine, so why would I blame you? No, it's my fault, my fault. Bingheim cried with red eyes. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. Alright, it's fine. If you don't want to say it, you can say it when you want to. Gu Hai smiled. Although Bingheim wanted to poison him, Gu Hai was in a good mood. At least Bingheim realized her mistake in the end, didn't she? Meow, this bitch wants to harm you, and you're forgiving her. And she harmed you once. If it were me, I would tear her into pieces, meow. Black Cat stared at Bingheim and roared. Unfortunately, Gu Hai couldn't hear what Black Cat said. Gu Hai continued to play. The game couldn't stop here. Pack. 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 This game was also the initial stage of the 32 Heavens and Earth game. After Gu Hai broke through at the Thousand Sage Conference, he could still bear it. But the separation of the soul and spirit caused a huge consumption. Gu Hai had a headache. However, Taisheng's power of faith was almost finished. The seal of the six-colored water is about to be broken. The power of faith is not enough, what should I do? Taisheng was anxious. Ha ha ha, bitch, it's almost finished. You can't do it now. Black Cat looked at Taisheng and said excitedly. As expected, Taisheng's bottle of power of faith was completely empty. Taisheng's eyes flickered as he looked at the six-colored water that was continuously splitting apart. The more it separated, the clearer it became. The array was breaking bit by bit. Taisheng's eyelids twitched wildly, waiting for the final result, his eyes full of anxiety. In the cave. Bingheim knelt in front of Gu Hai, sobbing with her head lowered. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Hai. The chess cultivators at the side looked at Bingheim with a frown, but didn't say anything. After all, Gu Hai didn't say anything, and he couldn't say anything. Gu Hai felt extremely tired, but he continued to play. Oh. Have you finally reached a dead end? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Pack. 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 The chess pieces were played faster and faster. The small space where Black Cat was also became clearer. Meow. Kid, break it, and I'll give you a big gift, ha 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 ha. Black Cat said excitedly. Because Black Cat could feel that the seal was getting looser, it could see the outside world more clearly. It seemed like it would break soon. At that moment, Yan Qingshan secretly gathered a group of chess cultivators. The chess cultivators looked at Yan Qingshan in confusion. However, Yan Qingshan slowly called them out of the cave. Before leaving, Yan Qingshan glanced at Gu Hai again with a solemn expression. Then, he bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. The group of chess cultivators slowly retreated. Outside the cave, the earth was shaking. Manor Lord, what should we do? The volcano here keeps erupting. It seems like the lava is about to reach us. Ninth young Master Yen said anxiously. Manor Lord Yen, why did you call us out? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. Yan Qingshan looked at the cave and then at the crowd. Then, he smiled faintly and said, I've already completed my teacher's mission. Many thanks to everyone for your hard work over the past few years. This humble one will give everyone a final opportunity. Ah. The chess cultivators said in confusion. Teacher? Who is your teacher? What mission? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. My teacher, Old Man Guanqi. Yan Qingshan said solemnly. Old Man Guanqi. Everyone's expressions changed. Old Man Guanqi. Yan Qingshan, you are one of Guanqi's 9 sons. What are you doing here? Also, what mission? What do you mean? The chess cultivators asked in shock. My teacher wants to release this Black Cat, but he doesn't want to be tainted by this karma. Therefore, he has been waiting. It's a pity that no one has been able to undo this seal for 1,000 years. Originally, if no one could undo it after another 10 years, I would be the one to take over this karma. Now, there's no need. Mr. Good is here. We can return to the divine continent now, Yan Qingshan said with a smile. Huh? The crowd was slightly taken aback. However, they saw Yan Qingshan suddenly turn to the direction of the cave and bow solemnly again. Mr. Good, I, Yan Qingshan, owe you a favor. If we meet again in the divine continent, I will repay you. Yan Qingshan said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rushed out of the Chess Dao Villa's array. The fog engulfed all the ghosts outside the cave. As the fog blew past, all the ghosts disappeared. Yan Qingshan and the others disappeared. Gu Hai didn't notice. Gu Hai felt mentally and physically exhausted. His mind was completely focused on the chessboard. Bingheim knelt before Gu Hai, sobbing. She couldn't care less about the outside world. Taisheng was in the snow valley, his face full of anxiety. This was because the 6-colored water had been completely separated. Moreover, the water had been separated from each other. It was as though there was a hollow in the middle. Pa! Gu Hai placed his final piece. Boom! The entire magma pool rumbled. It suddenly shot up into the sky, towards where the black cat was. Pop! The black cat was like a bubble. When it was hit by the magma, it burst. At the same time, the six-colored water in front of Taisheng also shot up into the sky. When it reached where the black cat was, it suddenly burst with a popping sound. From where the bubble burst, black gas billowed out. Whether it was the snowy mountain or the volcanic area, all of them were completely broken. Black gas billowed out. It's broken. The seal is broken. Taisheng's expression changed. He couldn't care less about anything else. He turned around and fled into the distance. It's broken. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. His entire body went limp from exhaustion. The black cat was also stunned. It seemed to be in disbelief. However, in the next moment, it was replaced by ecstasy. Meow. The black cat's black fur stood on end. It let out an excited howl. With a howl, the cat's voice suddenly rushed out in all directions. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taisheng were the first to bear the brunt of the cat's voice. They were instantly knocked unconscious by the cat's voice. Under the loud cat's howl, all the volcanoes erupted. The snowy mountain also exploded into the sky. The entire human spirit world shook violently. In an instant, countless ghosts covered their ears in pain. Ah! 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 The entire human Tao mystic realm was filled with screams. Even the rolling clouds in the sky shook violently. Even the void was shaking. The entire human Tao mystic realm was shaking. Samsara, I'm out. Meow. Chapter 603. Dominator of the Six Paths, I'm out. Meow. The black cat let out a long howl, causing the entire human Tao mystic realm to tremble violently. The sound wave was so loud that it spread in all directions. Above the rolling clouds in the sky, countless shattered souls also trembled. Roar! The black cat let out a long howl. The countless shattered souls in the sky seemed to have stopped moving toward the black hole at the center of the rotating clouds. Instead, they were forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force, into the black cat's mouth. Boom! The countless shattered souls were sucked into the black cat's mouth like a whale sucking in water. The black cat's body also rapidly expanded. It grew from an ordinary black cat to a giant tiger in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing. 1 zhang tall, 10 zhang tall, 100 zhang tall. The shattered souls in the sky were all sucked into the black cat's mouth. The terrifying speed set off a storm in the human Tao mystic realm. In just 2 hours, more than 70% of the billions and trillions of shattered souls had been devoured. The entire human Tao mystic realm darkened instantly. Meow. The black cat let out a cry and stopped sucking. Shattered souls. Dominator of the Six Paths, you really are draining the pond to catch the fish. You devoured all the souls in the human Tao mystic realm yourself. No wonder the human Tao mystic realm is so weak. Such a weak human Tao mystic realm. I'll eat them all today. Meow. The black cat let out a ferocious roar. Twisting its head, the black cat took a step forward. With each step, the ground shook violently. Volcano. Snow mountain. Under the black cat's might, all of them quieted down. Countless human spirits who had not fainted yet all knelt down at this moment. This was because the black cat seemed to carry an aura that could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the black cat narrowed its eyes and looked down at Gu Hai. Kid, I said I'd come out and give you a big gift. I meant what I said. What should I give you? Oh right, the dominator of the six paths has trapped me for so many years, wanting to know the secret of the human Tao mystic realm from me. The black cat narrowed its eyes at Gu Hai. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was already unconscious and couldn't hear the black cat's voice at all. That treasure needs to be. Huh? The ghost dividing box is in your hands. Was this the will of heaven? Tui, Tui, how can that despicable samsara be called heaven's will? The black cat stared blankly at the thing Gu Hai was hugging when he fainted. Human Tao divine light. Oh, did you enter the human Tao mystic realm by participating in the myriad sage assembly? That's fine too. When the time comes, you can go back by yourself. Thousand Saints Assembly. Hee, the dominator of samsara has already messed with you, hasn't he? The black cat said coldly. It stretched out its claws and swiped at the air. Buzz. The ghost sealing box in Gu Hai's arms suddenly flew out. The black cat opened its mouth and spat out gently. Who? The ghost sealing box suddenly turned emerald green as if it had been refined by the black cat. Then, it instantly entered Gu Hai's mind. He disappeared. The ghost box can divide the souls into 200 portions and send them to various places in the world to train. 1 year is equivalent to 200 years. The samsara had always wanted to find the great art of dreaming of heavenly secrets. Unfortunately, it was right under his nose. How could he not know? Ha ha ha. The black cat laughed. Bitch, you almost made me unable to come out. The black cat suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at Bingheim and Taishang. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai had all fainted. They did not know that the black cat was looking at them with murderous intent. But they are rare beauties. Water cauldron soul. Earth cauldron soul. What a good cauldron. Ha ha ha, just nice. Kid, you're lucky. I'll help you call out dry spring and punish them for me. Ha ha ha, meow. The black cat's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai were instantly sucked into a huge air bubble. Meow. The black cat roared. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky churned again. The rolling fragments of the human souls instantly rushed into the air bubble and entered the bodies of the three people's souls. Rumble. The power of the human souls entered. Suddenly, the three people's souls lit up. And in Gu Hai's arms, a small blue ball suddenly appeared and also absorbed the power of the human souls. Wang. But, strangely, the small blue ball slowly changed into the appearance of Chen Xian, and fell into Gu Hai's arms. Kid, you have good luck with women. Another one. And it's a water cauldron soul. Meow, good. Now, I don't owe you anything, ha 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 ha. The black cat laughed loudly. I've called out dry spring for you, meow, meow, meow. The black cat suddenly cried out with a fanatical voice. In the midst of the fanaticism, Gu Hai, Bingheim, Taishang, and Chen Xian, who were unconscious, suddenly became restless. In the restlessness, they intertwined with each other. Master, Xian, missed you so much. In a daze, Chen Xian, hugged Gu Hai and kissed him. Your Majesty, Bingheim is sorry, but Bingheim likes your Majesty very much. No one has ever been so good to me, Your Majesty. Bingheim also hugged Gu Hai in a daze. Taishang is emotionless and unemotional, but why, how can I? Taishang said. Juzi also hugged Gu Hai impatiently. Rumble. The fragments of the human souls in the air rushed into the air bubble where Gu Hai and the other three people were. In the blink of an eye, the four people were wrapped up in the air like a huge blue sun. Meow, kid, you can enjoy it slowly. Meow, ha 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 ha. The black cat laughed and stomped its foot. Boom. The black cat instantly jumped into the distance. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was in the body. Without it, Gu Hai's soul could not be suppressed. Gu Hai also did not wake up. It was as if he had a long dream. In the dream, he hugged Qin Xian. In the dream, he hugged Bingheim. In the dream, he hugged Taisheng and Juzi. It was a sentimental dream, a dream that he could not wake up from. Their souls seemed to be deeply understanding each other. It was as if their souls were merging. Unknowingly, Gu Hai suddenly used his own cultivation technique, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. An enormous force of dual cultivation was formed all of a sudden. It was the body that instinctively activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Heavenly Yin City. Long Zhanggua used the longevity array to seal the entrance of Heavenly Yin City and the human Tao mystic realm. He forcefully pulled the entire human Tao mystic realm into his immortal dome. Under the deterrence of De Qian, no one dared to act rashly. Including the future Buddha and Tai Chu, they were extremely anxious at this moment. Rumble. The human Tao mystic realm was getting closer and closer to the immortal dome. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and the others waited patiently. The longevity array outside was extremely strong. Even Tai Chu could not break it, let alone others. They could only wait patiently. Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with excitement as if he was about to succeed. Ah, old man! Long Wanyu suddenly screamed. Long Zhanggua looked at Long Wanyu with a dark expression. Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, and the others' expressions all changed. What happened? Did the heavens notice? Old man, my brother-in-law's body is red and hot. What's going on? Old man, quick, save my brother-in-law, did something happen to him? Long Wanyu said anxiously. At this moment, Gu Hai was sitting in the center of the square, his body was red. Bingheim and Taisheng's faces were also red as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. However, the three of them were unconscious and no one knew what was going on. Phew! Baiming Shou and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was only Gu Hai's body that was affected, and the heavens did not notice. Old man, quick, what happened to my brother-in-law, quick! Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. At this moment, Bingheim's mouth suddenly spat out a ball of light, a ball of blue light. Buzz! The blue ball of light seemed to be sucked into Gu Hai's mouth and entered Gu Hai's body instantly. Ah! Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Nascent soul. Is that Bingheim's nascent soul? Kong Di squinted his eyes and revealed a trace of shock. Why did Bingheim's nascent soul come out of her mouth and enter Gu Hai's? Were they dual cultivating? However, it was not over yet. At this moment, Taisheng's Juzi spat out a brown ball of light, which flew into Gu Hai's mouth immediately. Juzi? Why is Juzi's nascent soul in Gu Hai's mouth? The group of Taisheng's disciples were anxious and were about to rush forward. Who dares to move? Dragon Shenying stared at them. The group of Taisheng's disciples were extremely anxious, but no one dared to step into the center of the square. Gu Hai dual cultivating with Bingheim and Taisheng? It did not seem like it, and it was impossible. Their bodies were still sitting there, how could they dual cultivate? But why did their nascent souls run into Gu Hai's body? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a golden light gathering in the void and a golden ball of light entered Gu Hai's mouth. This is not someone else's nascent soul. What is it? Countless people were curious. Only Long Zhanggua understood. The soul of the golden cauldron? Forming a nascent soul in the void? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. Buzz! A suction force formed on the surface of Gu Hai's body and streams of spirit qi quickly entered Gu Hai's body. At this moment, brown and golden light bloomed on the surface of Gu Hai's body. Old man, what's wrong with my brother-in-law? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. Is he in urgent need of earth and metal energy? Bai Mingshou narrowed his eyes. Under the strong desire, Gu Hai's body was slowly becoming thinner. Old man, hurry up and save my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu yelled anxiously. Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz! An earth-brown treasure and a metal-type treasure instantly shot towards Gu Hai. Living soil, an earth-divine treasure. Is that the vine of the deity-killing gourd? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The living soil and the vine of the deity-killing gourd immediately went into Gu Hai's body and disappeared into Gu Hai's mouth. With the living soil and the vine of the deity-killing gourd, Gu Hai no longer needed to absorb energy from the outside world. Raging earth power and boundless metal power surged into his spleen and lungs acupoints. Buzz! A nascent soul was formed in the spleen and lungs. Taishang's nascent souls and Qin Xian's nascent souls were next to them and they started to dual cultivate. Done, done. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Gu Hai cultivated 3 nascent souls in his physical body at the same time. Energy surged out of his body as his cultivation rose continuously. Meow. At this moment, a cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Dao secret realm and attracted everyone's attention. A cat's meow. That damn cat is out. Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha's expression also changed. Chapter 604. Meow. Right at this moment, a cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Dao secret realm, attracting everyone's attention. A cat's meow. That darned cat is out. Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. Future Buddha's expression changed too. Boom. The black water at the entrance of the human Dao secret realm was blasted away. A huge cat's head was revealed. Walala. The movement of the cat's head made Long Zhanggua's 18 chains clanged against each other. Meow, Immortal Dome. The black cat's eyes widened as a strong murderous aura surged out. Long Zhanggua's expression turned cold as killing intent surged out of him. Xing. Sima Zongheng, Takashi Ryushin, and the others drew their weapons and looked at the black cat coldly. The black cat leaped out of the entrance of the human Dao secret realm. Bam! The black cat landed on the square and grew to a height of more than 10 feet. It looked around coldly. Seeing the 10,000 sages' corpses on the ground, the black cat's eyes lit up. Meow, good job killing them. These despicable people are really useless. Tui, I wanted to eat them but they were killed just like that. Humph. The black cat snorted coldly. Turning its head, the black cat looked coldly at Long Zhanggua again. Another immortal dome? You want to steal the human Dao secret realm? You want to conquer the samsara? Ha 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 ha, retribution, retribution. Samsara, the heavens and earth have not acknowledged you yet. Ha 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 ha. The black cat shouted excitedly. The black cat's laughter made Long Zhanggua squint his eyes. From the black cat's tone, it seemed to have a grudge with the samsara. The black cat looked around and saw Gu Hai. However, its eyes flashed and it didn't say anything. Meow, the day you steal the human Dao secret realm is the day the samsara appears. You better watch out. I won't accompany you in your madness. Meow. The black cat was about to leave. However, just as the black cat was about to leave, it suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at the crowd. It suddenly saw Ziwei and Changsheng. Oh. You two foodies. You won't die after all. Meow. The black cat looked at the two of them and revealed a hint of joy. Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other blankly. Ziwei, you know it. Changsheng asked curiously. I don't know him. I thought you knew him. Ziwei shook her head. Meow, ha 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 ha, I'm not the only one. You're all back, ha 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 ha. The black cat laughed loudly and did not say anything to Ziwei and Changsheng. Instead, its figure flashed as it fled into the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the black cat arrived at Baiming Shou's black cloud barrier. Previously, even absolute primordium couldn't break through the barrier, but now, the black cat stretched out its paw and clawed at the barrier. Bang! A huge hole was torn open in the impenetrable longevity array barrier. What? Baiming Shou's expression changed. Halt! Dragon Shining glared at him, as if he was about to charge forward. Stop chasing. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Bang! The black cat's figure flashed and jumped out. Those who compete with the Dominator are all lunatics. I'm not going to play along with you. Meow. The black cat's figure disappeared into the distance. The barrier was torn open. Absolute Primordium's face was filled with joy, and he was about to dash out. Wang! In the blink of an eye, the barrier was restored again. Boom! Absolute Primordium crashed into the barrier, but he didn't break it open. It closed again. Absolute Primordium's expression changed. Absolute Primordium, are you testing my patience? Long Zhanggua said coldly. Absolute Primordium's expression froze. The black cat rushed out of the longevity array barrier and quickly flew into the distance. Meow, those who can get the Immortal Dome are all lunatics. How can the Dominator not guard against you? You only got a beginner Immortal Dome, and you want to compete with the Dominator? Meow, I'd better leave quickly, or I'll be in trouble. I just came out, and I'm going to be trapped again. The black cat looked at the barrier of Heavenly Een City and quickly flew into the distance. Heavenly Een City. Absolute Primordium was quiet again. He returned to his original position and didn't dare to interrupt again. His Holiness, that black cat just now. Baiming Shou said worriedly. Don't worry, it won't tell the Dominator. I'm prepared for that. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Yes. Baiming Shou nodded. Whoosh. The entire human Dao mystic realm continued to move toward the Immortal Dome. Long Zhanggua's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, many people turned to look at Ziwei and Changsheng. In particular, Qing Emperor slowly walked toward Ziwei and Changsheng. Do the two of you remember me? The Cyan Emperor suddenly asked. Ziwei and Changsheng raised their eyebrows and looked at Qing Emperor together. You two were in the Dian dynasty in the past. Don't you remember me? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Ah. It's you. Ziwei's expression changed. Qing Emperor. Changsheng's expression darkened. It seems that you two still remember me. Qing Emperor said with a smile. What do you want? Ziwei frowned. Nothing, but you two don't want to go back and see the Black Emperor? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Black Emperor? Old man. Isn't he dead? Changsheng's expression darkened. He is dead, but his grave is still here. His coffin is still here. I was the one who personally buried his corpse. The two of you should also understand why the Black Emperor died, right? Don't you want to see him? The Cyan Emperor took a deep breath and said. Ziwei and Changsheng frowned. It's been 3,000 years. I know that you've been trapped for 3,000 years and blame the Black Emperor, but you should also know that you've survived until now because you've been trapped in the underground palace, right? How did the Black Emperor treat you? Now. Qing Emperor said with a sigh. Ziwei and Changsheng lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Ziwei, Changsheng, didn't you agree to go to the Han dynasty with us? Gaochen said coldly as he glared at Qing Emperor. Although Gaochen didn't get along well with Ziwei and Changsheng, Gaochen understood how important they were to Gu Hai. Naturally, he didn't want them to be abducted by Qing Emperor. However, Ziwei and Changsheng seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long silence, Ziwei said, "When this matter is over, I want to go and pay respects to the old man." "I'm going too," Changsheng said with a frown. "Both of you don't mind, just follow me," Qing Emperor said with a smile. Ziwei and Changsheng nodded. Gaochen wanted to persuade them again, but Ziwei and Changsheng seemed to have made up their minds and refused to listen. Qing Emperor smiled faintly. Looking at Ziwei and Changsheng, a trace of surprise flashed in Qing Emperor's eyes. In the past, when the Black Emperor valued Ziwei and Changsheng, the Cyan Emperor found it strange and did not take them seriously. After 3,000 years, the Cyan Emperor had almost forgotten about the two of them. Especially when the two of them had undergone a huge change in size, the Cyan Emperor had completely forgotten about them. However, Gu Hai valued them so much that Qing Emperor also valued them. In addition, they performed well in the Thousand Saints Assembly. Naturally, they valued them more. Just now, that black cat was surprised by them. What reason did Qing Emperor have to underestimate them? Naturally, he wanted to take them away immediately. Fortunately, the two cooperated well. On the other side, Kong Di looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. Oh. Gu Hai's cultivation is still rising. The aura around Gu Hai was constantly surging. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, Gu Hai, Qin Xian, Bingheim, and Taishan cultivated at the same time. Bingheim's nascent soul was in Gu Hai's water god palace, hugging Gu Hai's water god. As the two exchanged power, the two formed a black hole, absorbing the water energy of the rolling iceberg. In the water god palace, the huge iceberg was slowly shrinking. The two's cultivation seemed to be skyrocketing. Boom! Gu Hai's water god suddenly reached the 4th level. In the earth god palace, Gu Hai condensed his nascent soul, accompanied by Taishan's nascent soul. When the two's power merged, the rolling earth energy of the living earth rushed into their bodies. Both of them were rapidly becoming stronger. Gu Hai's earth nascent soul was also rapidly growing. With the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the living earth, Taishan's nascent soul, and even Gu Hai's state of mind, Gu Hai's earth nascent soul grew quickly. The first level of the earth nascent soul. The second level of the earth nascent soul. The third level of the earth nascent soul. The fourth level of the earth nascent soul. The earth nascent soul quickly grew stronger. In the golden god palace, it was the same. The metal elemental nascent soul was formed because of Qin Xian, Er's dual cultivation. The vines of the immortal slaying flying dagger emitted a fierce metal elemental energy, quickly promoting the growth of the golden soul. The first level of the golden soul. The second level of the golden soul. The third level of the golden soul. The fourth level of the golden soul. The golden soul was also rapidly becoming stronger. However, Gu Hai's divine soul was separated from his soul. His divine soul was unconscious and his nascent souls were also blurry. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the fire nascent soul was the fire god, the water nascent soul was the water god, the golden soul was the metal god, and the earth nascent soul was the earth god. Correspondingly, Bingheim's nascent soul was the water god queen, Qin Xian, Er's nascent soul was the metal god queen, and Taishan's nascent soul was the earth god queen. Gu Hai's cultivation base rapidly grew again and again. While everyone waited patiently, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the entrance of the Six Paths secret realm had already come into contact with Long Zhangguo's immortal dome, as if it would be completely absorbed in the next moment. In the human path secret realm, Gu Hai, Qin Xian, Bingheim, Taishang, and Tao Juggernaut had been dual cultivating in the Black Cat's bubble for 6 days and 6 nights. Because of this dual cultivation, 2/3 of the human soul fragments in the human path secret realm had been absorbed by the 4 of them. The souls of the 4 people instantly turned blue and translucent. Vaguely, the 4 of them seemed to know what they were doing. However, the Black Cat's dry spring effect was too strong. The 4 of them were immersed in it and did not want to wake up. However, 10 days had passed since they entered the human path secret realm. When the 10 days were up, the divine light ball that had entered their bodies seemed to emit a white light. A loud sound was heard. 10 days are up. Return. A loud sound was heard. Bam! The Black Cat's bubble exploded. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishang's divine souls turned into 3 streaks of light and shot towards the entrance of the human path secret realm. Gu Hai's hands were tightly wrapped around Chen Xian, refusing to let go. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the 4 divine souls rushed through the entrance of the human path secret realm and rushed towards the bodies of Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishang. Wang! The 3 of them returned to their original positions. At this moment, boom! A loud sound was heard. The human path secret realm was sucked into the Warring States Immortal Dome. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.